One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know, I've seen better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Been waiting on your call right now. I wanna hear your voice somehow, yeah. I've been waiting all over.
Hey,
Let's get connected.
connected. Let me be the calm when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't hurt my electric.
If you feel the way I do, gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, gonna make you move. 'Cause I need you.
Can't focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. North side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected. Side to side, let's
seeing me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Your type, don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things are now sit in the void, and makes me wanna scream. And I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Between. Tell me when you laugh. Yeah, she's a looker, my only fascination. So come on over. She has me levitating, yeah. Let me feel it. Let me feel it. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh. We're undercovers, and I'm not contemplating. So are we lovers? The question you're evading, yeah. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you laugh. Tell me when you laugh. Tell me when you laugh.
shots high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down.
People don't let the talk, only the texts. Every time they give up on each other, go next. People don't let the talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need them body respect for us and not build a barrier.
Number 7, you know what that means. It's time to do or die. We have a thrilling set of matches on the table for you here today to not only determine seeding, but to determine who will be first in the standings. These standings mean quite a bit here on the day, as we have not only the top of the standings between Maryville and Winthrop, but we also have the lower side of the standings as well. So we've got Boise State versus Utah to determine who will make it to playoffs and who will be eliminated. My name is Orbital. With me is Ancient Angel, and we will be your casters for these upcoming matchups. I mean, this is a thrilling day, Angel.
I mean, that feels like an understatement. Genuinely, when we talk about these teams and the seasons that they've had here in the spring, right? The first thing that we have to mention is the fact that this Winthrop and Maryville match is what we've been waiting for all the way since the first, and I do mean the first ever match in Division 1, which was Winthrop and Maryville in the fall. We're now here, the tail end of the spring, the last week of the regular season here in the spring split. That's the next time these two teams have met up since then. Boise State versus Utah is a whole different conversation, which we're going to touch more on later. But for now, I mean, we got to focus on the battle for the 1 seed here in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Let's start with Maryville, a team that everyone knows, everyone loves, and some competitors hate. We got the whole roster coming in: Renz, Chloric, Ange, as well as Giza and Shondex, all 5 members of the starting roster, ready to shell out and frag out an Angel. All 5 of these players can make or break in their own specific way, which has made this team a predictable and unpredictable menace to their opponents.
I mean, you talk about this team in the context of collegiate. If we gave one of these players to any other team in Division 1, it boosts their ability to perform, their ability to win and close out matches substantially. So the fact that we see all 5 of them together here on this roster, I mean, that's just something that we have to have celebrated throughout the entire year. Let's also bring into the fact that this is the first week in quite a few weeks that we're going to be able to see all 5 starters playing together in the server in quite a long time. And it's very much so deserved against Winthrop, right? I mean, this is a team who in their own right has gone undefeated throughout the spring, right? Both of these teams have yet to face a series loss. And the fact that Maryville has been able to be so consistent, the fact that we've seen highlight plays from players who are just substitutes, this roster has been flexible. This roster has been tested time and time again by every single team, but they always come out on top.
Yeah, and that's what's scary so far, because even though they get into tight positions, even in 4v5s, we've seen them frag out. And there's one member that stands out in our eyes just with stats alone. Giza has been at the top of the scoreboard in so many situations. As an individual, they hold top 5 in multiple different areas, including KDA, including just being alive and being a menace to the opponent.
Yeah, right. Giza was someone who was in top 5, I think top 3 conversations last semester in the fall. Now we move into the spring where the meta has kind of shifted away from that sentinel role as much. It's really more about those duelists. So while it's going to be important to focus on Giza and just how much of a powerhouse he is, you also have to bring into account Renz, who is going to be the duelist for this team, the person who's more often than not taking the space. And in such a duelist heavy meta, that's going to be very, very important, especially in today's game.
Yeah, I'm excited personally to watch, because we just literally saw Cloric be able to pop off as well, and that just goes to show in a lot of these clips we see not only Renz as well as Giza pop off, but Cloric, every single one of these members has had all-star moments. But I do agree, watching Giza and Renz work together will be very fun. On the other side of the map, though, it is going to be Winthrop, a roster that you know and love as well, a team that has been undefeated in some ways in a higher affinity. Infiltrator, Governor, Ali, and Veyron, a lot of these players stepping into play. However, on the night, we have been informed that at least for the first map, a newcomer to the roster will be making an appearance. Greg will be stepping in for Winthrop to sub in.
Yeah, Greg, Division 1 debut up against Maryville. Have fun. That's insane, especially for the kind of expectation that's on this Winthrop roster, right? Which is to absolutely challenge Maryville, to put them in really tough positions. Well, now you're in this kind of spot where you got a new guy on the team. You're also going to have Veyron stepping in, who technically, despite how consistent he's been week to week, is not a starter for this team. So you're going to want to see him still be able to hold it down, assuming he's going to be on the chamber, which we've seen him on before. But when I look at this roster and you talk about, you know, key pieces and important players, Infiltrator has to be one of the names that you mentioned alongside Ali. It feels like both of them, they've been kind of running that double duelist setup, and they have been dominating at it, regardless of who's taking that first contact, whether it is Infiltrator when he's playing Yoru, or if you see Ali who's flexing onto the Jet. Either way, they are like a 3-headed Hydra just running down teams, and that's going to matter up against what is considered a very stacked Maryville defense.
Yeah, and I like the way that you put the mini-headed Hydra in there, because for Winthrop, one of the things that we've had, kind of concerns about is throughout the early stages of this of the season for D1, they actually had a lot of substitutions coming in. You mentioned the fact that for Ali as well as Echo, even Veyron stepping in, these are not main roster players. These are technically listed as subs, and yet they've rotated them out on the same body of this Hydra that has ripped apart opponents in multiple ways. So I feel like that Hydra system of you can take away one head, but 2 more will take its place is very, very apt here. But I also agree that against Maryville, you need the right heads coming in here. You need the main body. You need the entire system to work in tandem if you want to take them down, because by all metrics, if we're looking at a raw stat-wise throughout Division 1, we have seen Winthrop be near at the top, do not get me wrong, but Maryville have claimed quite literally every single metric, whether by an inch or a mile.
No, I mean, let's talk about this. This is just how neck and neck these teams are, but also just how good Maryville is at the same time, right? Their post-plant win percentages are the exact same. It's just Maryville has won like 1 more round, so it puts them over by like 0.2%. of rounds, and that's why they lead in that stat. It's the attacking round win percentage, I think, is also only like 5 or 6 rounds, and that's what puts Maryville over the edge to 56%. Like, these are, for a lot of stats, incredibly close. And the fact that both of these teams haven't even lost a map yet in the spring is insane.
Yeah, I also wanted to point out, I was looking through some of these numbers, and, you know, when we talk about Winthrop, they're very steady, they're very polished, they know how to play as a roster, they know the playbook inside and out. But for Maryville, we know them as kind of a flashy system, players that know how to step up. They're the only team, I do believe, that has a positive percentage rate in 4v5 conversions. I believe they are the only team that I believe was sitting at a 64% conversion rate in 4v5s, which everyone else was sitting like below 40%. So if we're talking about how these teams do stack up, it's going to be, yes, Maryville is also foundationally sound, but they have so much star power that surprises me. But by the metrics, all in all, Maryville will take the numbers game, at least. But you and I know, you and I have quite literally casted almost every single Monday night Valorant, and we know numbers do not always give us the full details. What really it comes down to are the players, how they're feeling, as well as the maps. And considering we've seen some of the maps be a little bit wishy-washy, some of the maps coming from out of left field, you and I have been told that we got some interesting ones. Havens to start things off, which is very simple, but then we go Abyss, Corrode, which Abyss has been, you know, a third slot for a while. Corrode has actually taken secondary status for quite a few different teams, but the fact that we get Abyss as second map is a very interesting choice.
Well, when we talk about the maps for this series, right, and kind of the interesting points around that is Abyss and Corrode are on their way out. Right, these are 2 maps that are going to be leaving the map pool very shortly, so it's kind of interesting to see them here. Whereas Haven, Haven's like at this point immortal in Valorant. Okay, it's never going to leave, it's never going to die, and the fact that Maryville still trusts this map so much, even up against a team like Winthrop, which let's not forget the Ollie clip on this map that exists where he got an ace in like 3 seconds.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, this is not a map that Winthrop slouches on. We talk about Haven being a simple map. I think between these 2 teams, it's deceptively simple. It can get very, very complex. This is going to be an absolute barn maker of a first map, let alone Abyss and Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, you want to talk about simple. It's as simple gets. For all 3 maps, Maryville will be on the defensive end to start. We talked about their attack side advantages, how often they are able to clinch the rounds there. Even on defense, they're primed for some of these individual, you know, defenses, whether it's plant, pre, or post, and they do so well in rotational value at the same time. So I am watching on the defensive end to see how well Maryville are able to kind of maintain their advantages here. I'm very curious to see if Winthrop are able to break through on their own in terms of offensive measures and what agents we're actually going to see. And this is also one of the rare times that I think you put it together, which you have always been very stat-wise, Angel, and I fully respect that, because this is the one series that, of these 2 teams, that we are giving Maryville a massive amount of praise, but we do assume that this is going to go all 3. Like, we assume this is going to go all 3 maps here. Like, Maryville is slated to win in our eyes in this all day long, but how close is it going to be? Extremely close, we think.
Well, and I like that you mentioned in their defensive rotations, right? Because Maryville's starting on the defense. Because that's something I was going to talk about, which is how good this Maryville defense is. It also stems from just how good of a read these guys have on the game. You will see them lose that first pick. It'll be a 4v5 like we talked about with those 4v5 conversions for Maryville. And the read comes in. Might be from Chloric, maybe it's just from a little tiny piece of information that was given away to Maryville somewhere in the mid-round, but they always make the right read, stack the right site, and are able to win out a round. It is absolutely insane to watch them work their magic on defense. Then you start factoring in, like, just Ange being able to, like, clutch rounds randomly.
Yeah,
and that's also probably why. That's probably why their 4v5 percentage is so high, is because whenever Ange is like in the server, any 2v1, and that's a Maryville round if Ange is the last person alive.
Yeah, it gets to this point where Ange is just like this monster that we're watching, and it feels so. I feel like we're almost writing a script for them right now because we are leading into this. But I do think Winthrop, the main reason that we aren't is we do have to talk about this. They're a team that has been plagued by kind of roster movements. They always bring in a substitute. They didn't really harness their full main roster until I think like week 5 and 6 when we really got to see the full showcase from Winthrop. And I want to ask you, how much is this going to affect them with Greg stepping in here? Because I feel like there's even more weight than normal sitting on Greg's shoulders, where you're sat in this match in a map 1 of a very obviously it's not playoffs right now, but there's still a lot of pride riding on your shoulders here.
And let's not forget, right, there is a level of security when it comes to winning this game, because that's going to be the difference between playing up against, I think, West Virginia or Stony Brook in round 1 or the winner of Utah versus Boise State. So very, very different first round matchups depending on who takes this game right here. And if you're Winthrop, you want to put your best foot forward. Is Greg stepping in ideal? No, because it's never ideal when you have to have a sub. But ironically enough, this is probably the game you should do it, because Maryville, you know, like we've mentioned in the past, they always play the game the right way. Right? Yeah. Maryville is always going to be a by-the-books team. They will always make the right call. They will always make the right read. And if you're a team that is as firepower heavy as Winthrop and as experienced as Winthrop, remember, some of these guys on this roster were playing at a tier 1 level and have since moved back to America to play in collegiate.
Yeah.
That has to be something, is the level of experience, the structure that you're coming into under this Winthrop team, playing up against another structured team. I'm not that worried. Am I expecting star power from Greg? No. But a guy who can play his role? Absolutely.
You know what? That's 100% fair. If you can go ahead and slot in with the rest of the team with a Winthrop roster that we know has a very solid foundation of how to rotate in players. We've seen them quite literally slot in a sub. No difference in how well they play. 100% agree with you on that one. Greg, though, either way, I know we're, you know, can you play your role? Great. I want to see more. I know you aren't, Angel. I know you're like, hey, just do your job, and that's all we can ask. I want to see star power. I want to see Greg frag out. I want to see Greg be able to shut down, like, you know, Shondex rolling in or Giza trying to step into that position. I want to see Greg give us some firepower. I want to see some surprise here on the day. That's what I want from a sub. I mean, this is the stage to do it as well. That's like the other side of the coin. If you're gonna make some noise as a sub stepping in, make it loud, man. Like, go crazy on the back end.
Greg, this is your opportunity. Listen, this is your opportunity to go in and get this is your opportunity to go in and beat the Ollie clip. Okay, we're on the same map too. You're probably gonna be on not Jet, but that's okay. Just go in and do something absolutely ridiculous. Beat the Ollie clip. Prove that you're the best player on Winthrop. You know.
Step away with 100% like game win score over
that would actually
over
be crazy, yeah. if you went in and you were just like, yeah, now I'm undefeated against Maryville.
Just walk away. You're done.
Just walk away.
Imagine that, and Maryville's like, nah, come back. You're sticking in for game number 2. Like you're stepping right back in. That reminds me of, what is it? Is it? I keep forgetting what it's called. Is it like the unofficial belt or something like that that gets passed around in different competitive scenes, right? Where the champion, if you win worlds or something like that, you get the crown or the title. But then if you lose immediately in a domestic region, well, that team now has like the unofficial crown or something like that, and it passes around. That's all I can imagine right there. It's just Greg comes in, steals the unofficial crown, and then just walks off again. It's just like, I got no worries. Let's go ahead and dive a little bit further into Haven, though, because that is where we want to go. We talked about some of the agents that we expect to come out here. Obviously, we're talking about the Chamber. We're talking about some of these extras that have been on the back end. What do we hope to see from Maryville? I mean, their stock standard is good, but do we want to see Spice come out in this map one?
I'm not gonna lie. We're not gonna hope for any sugar or spice, right? It's just gonna be some boring bland oatmeal in terms of the comps, right? It's gonna be the Sova Viper with the probably Cypher, I think, because Giza would rather play Cypher than Killjoy on a map like Haven, and I don't think Maryville has any problems with that. So I'd expect that. I think Renz is still going to be on this Neon, which makes absolute sense. Omen to come in. No, we have Shondex on Yoru, so they're running double duelist instead of double initiator, or no, instead of double controller. They're not running the Viper at all.
Yeah, I mean, usually we see them on double controller a little bit, so to pump out a double duelist, especially on the defensive end, goes to show that they're almost willing to trade out in terms of a double duelist on the Winthrop side. You can see Ali, of course, sitting on that Jet, Infiltrator on the Yoru. We already expected this one. Governor on the Sova, and then Varen on the Killjoy. Greg specifically on a little bit of control as well, sitting on that Omen with a little bit of Trace. So this is... I will say I'm a little bit surprised. This is one of the closest to mirror matchups I think we were kind of expecting here for Haven.
Yeah, I mean, literally the only difference is Neon instead of Jet, and then Cypher instead of Killjoy.
Yeah, 3 out of 5 is pretty good for a match.
in this day and age, that might as well be a mirror matchup, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about what we're seeing from these comps and what we should be expecting, right? Obviously, we know that Winthrop, they like kind of treating their attack as a three-headed Hydra, between Infiltrator, Ali being the kind of spearheads in these defaults, to Veyron on this kind of lurking role is going to be super, super important for the side of Maryville, who's actually starting on the attack. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but Maryville is starting attack here, and Winthrop will be on the defense to start.
Looks like we might have gotten our info wrong. Either way, we'll play it where it lies. Winthrop on the defense, man. Listen, all our prep is out the window. The teams like to surprise us as well. That's what they love to do. But the opening will be a soft start for Maryville, taking things one moment at a time. Normally, we see a little bit of a burst through, a little bit of a early gun check. This time around, it's not. You're playing very, very respectfully. Lower tons, though. That's that A side lower. Ain't gonna be the big call as you see eyes out Sova, but Renz trying to check for this mid. Giza now tucked into a corner. I think you might be recognized already, and you swing a little bit far. Still able to get first blood, which is good. Now Renz able to catch the back of Veyron, which opens up plenty of space on the C side. Quick plant for the side of Maryville.
Well, they do get that plant, and it's gonna be a 3 versus 4. Winthrop, they're down a player. Nothing more that you can do.
Cutting through.
Just hope for an opening. Look at the way that Maryville are playing. Ange with that
Last
paranoia,
player standing.
able to just kind of clean things up. It is a 1v2, but yeah, Renz is still on the board. Renz can just go ahead, slide in, clean things up, and that's a round that really comes down to the kind of hold that Winthrop were going for, right? The 4 stacked over towards A in order to gain that extremity control. That's great. You have all that info. You have all of that control. Problem is, Veyron's on an island, and Veyron's getting pinched on out garage, out main. Presence starting to be made C long. There's not really much he can do. He's going to get shot in the back. The C site's going to be given over.
Tough call, but honestly still well played by Renz. This time around, full stack on C, 1 lurk towards garage. Empty A site. It's a gut call for Winthrop, but they are walking right in the hands of Ange, who has done this before. However, good information being used, that short-range TP to get back with the rest of the team, and the teammate to back him up, but Governor this time with right click drops and Ange untouched on the back side, but definitely a quick push in. One eyes, though, as Renz finds Infiltrator on the lurk as well. TP from the Yoru did not benefit them as much as they would have liked. Now it's a split 3-1, 1 through B. Winthrop, what can they get? Shondex takes out Governor in the corridors. That's a tough ask once more. Shondex with a good lineup on 2. There's only so much you can do, so Shondex grabs another ult charge for himself. It'll be an extra Veyron with that Bulldog. Rips through Shondex's life.
One enemy
Either way, though, Winthrop just kind of playing for the exits. I don't think they're going to have too much freedom to try and close out this 1v3. And for Veyron, with 100 HP, got to look 2 different directions. And Cloric says, you only got to look 1. That's a nice 2-0 for Maryville start.
Yeah, 2-0, keep 3 alive. Very ideal, focused way of taking that round over. I believe we're going to be sitting at a couple compromises for the Maryville buy for weaponry, but the Outlaw from Ollie's actually not going to have that much one-shot impact, considering everyone on Maryville expecting it, going for the heavy shields.
I don't dislike this one. Ollie, though, it's a little bit of a snap. Fires once more, but it's a blind as Ollie gets tagged in the dome. Doesn't go down, though, so maybe he can dash out to safety. Double wall will give them cover, but Ren's able to hard spray and catch Ollie on the retreat. Might not have an idea, but has a good one and infiltrating the corner. Shondex helps out with that third. And this is Maryville just saying, you might be tied with us, but so far the opener is anything but even. We will be taking the start in tow. Winthrop down to 2.
Yeah, what is about to be a 3-0 lead, considering there's no way Winthrop go for this. They have to save that weaponry across. Otherwise, you're going to be effectively giving up a fourth. You want to see, I guess, a more active start from Governor in a lot of these rounds. He's really been isolated, not involved in a lot of these fights until it's already too late. So to get him more involved in the action would be ideal, especially considering just how strong of a player he is. But Giza goes down to the bomb. Maryville still keeping the majority of players alive, still building that bankroll. And this is going to kind of be the opportunity to start really rolling over Winthrop's economy.
Yep, this is where Winthrop need to make sure to solidify their standing of, are we going to save, are we going to push, what are we going to do specifically? Big Eyes out. Greg, with the Bucky, might be taking a little bit of a short-range trip.
Out of charges.
Well, that Omen might be pushing up that C-long side and trying to make some magic happen. Eyes out as Ange finds Ollie once more, marking them through garage and another through window. Governor was able to mark one on their own in a 1v2, but still lose out. Greg takes the chance, blind around the corner, and Shondex reads Greg like a book. This is Winthrop down to a 2v4 once more. They kind of expected it. Doesn't change the fact that it hurts any less.
I mean, it's just an unfortunate situation for Winthrop. It's those same 2 rifles that they were counting on in this round to now be the only 2 left. Sheriff. The fact that Infiltrator still gets one there is insane, but Giza sprays down the last 2. Maryville, I mean, we were expecting a barn breaker, and it feels like Maryville is just ripping the barn to shreds.
Yep, this is... I'm not calling anything just yet, right? But this feels like... This definitely feels like Maryville came to play very, very hard, and they understand what they're up against, and they're making sure that Winthrop doesn't really have an opportunity back in. Another gun round, though, for, I think, Winthrop a little bit more, and Ollie's going to try and push that envelope in their own way. Heavy push up C, no answer out from Maryville as they're taking a little bit more of a dive through mid. Contest, if you wish, through a long, spike headed that way as well, but with the smoke, it'll deter them for the moment. C pressured, but not broken. That trip will not be snagged. It will not be tripped either way. That's a tongue twister of its own, but for Governor, lower side, meeting of the mind, Shondex doesn't spot anyone right away, but Renz is able to find the frag on the backside, which means Governor has to make a move. You're able to make a good move, though, but now you're blinded out, and there's only so far you can go. Renz able to clean out Infiltrator. There's no bounce back opportunity. Winthrop once again into 2v4, and once again in a position where you're not going to be comfortable trying to find this defusal.
Yeah, you might be another save, in all honesty. Greg kind of in a 1v4 and about to be shot in the side of the head. I mean, that... Giza? Okay. Oh, don't do it. Oh, don't... No. It's just a baby!
Not a baby if he's playing here in the Div 1 matchup. This is... That felt a little bit mean, but that's the best hazing, I guess is the best way to put it, of a welcome into a matchup. Like
in Division 1 years, he's like 2 months old.
That's fair. You know what? That's fair. Either way, that's a brutal awakening as Maryville maintain a status of 4. 5 clean. Ollie takes one for the road, but that is one that maybe you wish you got a little bit earlier. Pistols back out with the hero rifle for Ollie. Let's hope they can make some magic happen because Maryville are on a tear right now.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Winthrop, no strangers to slow starts. It's happened to them before, right? We think about like the 10-2 half between Boise State and Winthrop as a prime example, but
Gotta go.
you know, up against a team like Maryville, they're not going to give you many opportunities to come back. So you want to start seeing some of these players get online earlier rather than later.
Let's see if they can do so. Greg hiding in the corner has a single pistol. Although you can do quite a bit of work if you tap the head 2 or 3 times, but it's a good walk back from Maryville. Sensing something. No major util broken on C's side just yet. They haven't tested it in a while either. Switch of positions. Veyron making their way towards Garage C. Long positioned for a very long hold. This is one of the long rounds Maryville has actually taken.
Well, Winthrop, they got the turret spotting, so Infiltrator will be there in sight. Maryville are afraid of a stack here. Feels like they're just running down the clock continually. If Veyron over peaks, though, just a little bit too far. Oh, this could be disastrous for Winthrop.
Thankfully, Veyron's not down just yet, but Giza able to prime it. There's going to be the download up position. Neural theft being used, which shows everyone on Winthrop's side. Claims another victim before even that shot rings out. That's going to be a very nice jump and spray. Giza finishes off Infiltrator. Giza just to a 2v5. I think Cloric has a good idea where Governor and Ollie are. Once again, Winthrop not liking these odds, but they got to play it where it lies. And with the snapshot, 1 and Shondex with a shot through the box leaves Winthrop flailing 6-0. Maryville strong.
Yeah, this is a very bad spiral that Winthrop are dealing with right now. At the very least, they've done quite a bit of saving over the last couple of rounds. Infiltrator now able to grab that long-awaited for operator. And that's going to be crucial, especially in locking down some of these extremities, maintaining some of those sight lines. Reminder, the only real utility that Maryville have to break these sight lines are those 2 flashpoints from the Yoru. Or just win the fight. That'll also do it.
They could try. Of course, nobody's dead yet, which means Renz is still very much alive to chase. That dimensional drift as well. You're just scouting everyone out. Giza reaches into Grek and steals away their life. C-side completely open, but this is one of the better opportunities for Winthrop to get that victory. 4v5 position. Snapshot 1 and 2 only does a mediocre amount of damage. Now in the mid, Giza is ready. B-site overrun. It feels like Giza was about to get a 2-piece. Good catch by Ollie, though, to save a teammate. 3v4. Will they make it happen? Renz on side of sight. Shondex winning with 10. Shoots that clone. Veyron takes advantage, but nobody checked Renz inside the corner. It's a quick dash to the body. Renz with the 2K, and Maryville up at 7-0.
Yeah, guaranteeing themselves a lead at the half. They could go AFK. They'd still lead at the half.
Go, go, go.
I mean, this is a dominant showing from them. If you want to make the argument that there's some other chemistry issue going on, it could be that. Winthrop, though, someone needs to get online, whether it's Governor, Ollie, Infiltrator. It needs to come sooner rather than later. They're already out in A.
That was a beautiful slide of Governor. For the first time winning out of this trade. Governor seems to have turned something on us. That's a 2K. Shondex answers back, though.
Infiltrator's
Maybe
pushed
that's
up,
what
though.
they need to, yeah, slow it down. Infiltrator now stepping up to play. Might see a gun barrel and catch a Shondex with util out. For the first time, Winthrop feel like they have an advantage because they pressured early. 3 dead along A main, and this is pushing Maryville into a tight corner. 2v4. Cloric is alive, can make something happen, but they need to get that plant down first. Draw out Winthrop.
And they have exposed the gap in the defense, right? That B site completely open. Ollie's going to start to move over to cover. The problem is he's a little bit late. So the B site fully given over. Maryville going to cut their losses and just plant right here. Ange filled in the space, wants to go for this.
Ooh. I like that jump for sure. Knife has made some magic. I don't know where Greco's running to, just trying to give some information out, but Chloric is not giving away their position, which is, you know what Greg was hoping for. Nobody else has to die. It is Winthrop to get their first of this map.
Thanks. Defuse the spike.
We're just waiting on Ollie to get the ult point there. Just had to stunt for the B hopping. But
Was that important?
don't let the score distract you. This is still a very, very close two teams in skill level. They can hang with each other on any given day. And they can still put up numbers. And we're seeing it even now. So if it's Governor that has to step online for this team to make plays, you know, if it's Governor who has to get the entry plus an extra one before being traded out, so be it. But otherwise, it's just going to be Maryville.
I love that Infiltrator has his own fan club behind him as well. It's always
yeah.
good to see everyone having fun, and this time, sometimes you got a buff from it. 1 for 1 ain't too bad, but it's a push by Maryville this time. Much faster plant on the A. Lockdown being used as well as the Hunter's Fury. Everything kind of being launched at the same time for Maryville. Just trying to clear that one, but it creates space for Ollie to mark out one as well. 3v3, one of the better opportunities they've had. Ollie looking far, but needs to look a little closer. Ange waiting in the opportunity in the wings and takes it. Can't get the second, but Shondex closes out 1v2 left. And Veyron from the heavens. Let's hope for a chance to see an angel, but no miracle will come down as Shondex stays grounded in reality. 8-1 is the count as Maryville keep their lead.
I mean, let's not get it twisted. This is Maryville's map pick for a reason, right? We know they feel comfortable on this map. We know how good their comms are. We know how long they've been able to play this map as a core of players. So absolutely, we're going to continue to see them shine. But Winthrop, again, you're just looking for a spark of inspiration from any of these players. It feels like they're just being hunted at every chance.
And ripping Infiltrator out. Wrens, though, overdriving their way to try and get some damage down. Sees one in the corner. Governor is having none of it, though. Rocks Wrens where they stand. Correct, unfortunately, falls. And Governor's on his hair with a 3K. 1v1 left, though, as Giza is able to make their mark. This 1v1 is the closest, it feels like, for Winthrop in a while. They make it work. Another ping.
Cage triggered.
Gate goes down. Spike grab. Giza trying to get that plant down. Fake plant. Another cage to slow him down as Veyron's position is already spotted.
Planted the spike.
Now it comes down to the 1v1.
Yeah. And Veyron right now trying to fake the rotation. Giza not buying it. Looking straight at that CT angle. And he will get that kill. It boosts that Maryville lead to 8 rounds the better. And again, this Shondex Yoru just looks amazing in these openers. Renz is having a phenomenal time just diving into sites. The trades have been there round to round, moment to moment for Maryville. And Winthrop at this point just hemorrhaging bodies.
That was... I mean, Winthrop are definitely trying. We're seeing the fight within them. I do wonder if this is going to shift coming into map number 2. Renz, though, stepping it once more with that speed. Greg, though, getting close. Gets kill on the board, but Renz with the bolts for the Phantom. Seeing a whole different story as Maryville blast their way onto A site and look for Veyron, the last standing member.
Yeah. Position known. Great shot onto Ange, all things considered. It makes this doable, but the problem is it's Chloric and Renz, and look at the space that they have to work with. Renz is all the way in re-wrapping through their own spawn. And Veyron's none the wiser.
One more to go. Renz really wants that chance, but realizes that
He's got
gotta
no
play this
clue.
one a little bit smart. They got the time for sure, but do they got the flare, I guess? They're not worried about flare, they're worried about closing out. Double digits for Maryville right now, as they are looking a
Last round
primed
before the switch.
beast to take this map.
Yeah, I mean they're wanting to speed run their way to Abyss is what's going on.
I'm out of here.
There might even not be a time. We know that there are some players on Winthrop that are running a bit late, and so you know that they're trying to be getting into this game in between the first two maps. There might not be a chance for that to even happen. It's how fast this map has gone by thus far. Maryville now really trying to submit it. 11-1 on the horizon. Okay.
And pulling a
Ambitious.
jump scare on Greg. Ren's able to refrag out, but Infiltrator still just trying to go for the big playmaker moments. Puts it to a 4v3. Ollie sprayed through the smoke, but Renz pops out for another. And eats way too much damage. Winthrop with the chase and a half are able to pull the last of the half. However, there's still 8
Switching
rounds
sides.
deep heading into the second.
Okay, well, reminder. Winthrop did pick attack to start the game. They didn't actually end up starting on the attack. Both teams just decided to send it as it was. But Winthrop's initial plan was to start on the attack here on Haven. So, if anything, this is their more comfortable side, or at least the side they were more confident in playing the full 12 rounds on. They have a couple rounds of room to work with. At the very least, got that last round of the half. So there is still a chance. But it's got to be a pretty flawless run.
Flawless is what they're looking for. Big reason they got some of those rounds is for the speed of the game, and that speed is coming out right now. Ollie, quick tap, number one. Shorty, gain some ground. 2 more is what they want, but they can't. Ange answers back. Shondex with a pistol to the face, and Greg with a jumping headshot. It feels like refrag for refrag leaves everyone a little bit blind. Maryville on their defense, though, are able to maintain with 3. Spike is down on A side as well, which is a big, big problem for Winthrop. Winthrop 1 lower, about to meet their mines, but that smoke covers their backside. Greg shouldn't have any information that they're currently flanked coming out of this entrance. Veyron with 100, trying their best, but Greg gets shot number 1. Brings it to a 2v2. Giza pops out, but at the wrong time. Veyron was looking, and Veyron taps to finish. It's a pistol win for Winthrop as they start this half off strong.
I mean, remember, so much of that round was on Veyron's shoulders. The only healthy player left on the board for Winthrop in that 2v3 goes in, cleans up Giza, easy on that fight. And those last 2 players on Maryville, they were so low. It was kind of easy pickings. Winthrop, they take a much-needed pistol round in order to start closing the gap. Only 7 rounds the difference, and assuming all things go according to plan here, that turns to 6.
I'm out of here.
Well, Ollie has so many more things to say right now. With heavy guns in hand, the Guardians are ringing sound. They'll recon out and make sure to scan out 2 more along the way.
Blocking sight.
So put
See ya.
that box not enough space for Renz to stay. Fortunately, they are deleted from this round. Infiltrator does the exact same to Chloric, as Maryville already recognized that they were in a losing position, but we're really hoping for a frag or 2 moving into the third. At this point, Winthrop carrying 5 strong bodies on the A site.
Yeah, they get at least 3 players here onto the site. And just been fully smoked out. At this point, Maryville really just trying to maybe grab an exit or 2. Shondex and Ange, both very, very strong players in the late round.
1 enemy remaining.
Ange gone. Shondex is just kind of just getting ready to die to the spike here. You don't want to give away any more ultimate points, because the last thing you need is for Winthrop to really start snowballing their way through. Ollie actually gave up the rifle, or the Guardian, so he could go hunt, try and get that Blade Storm online early.
Well, he did, and now he might run into some difficult spots as Shondex rips 1 more for good luck. Won't be a flawless, and it won't be a clear out, but it's a nice one at the end. Shondex goes down to that spike as called. We're not heading into that moment where Maryville are going to kick things into high gear. Guns in hand. Time for that bonus. And Winthrop, well, you're not mad about how things have turned out so far in the start of this half, but this is where you really got to buckle down and say it's time to show up.
Well, reminder that Winthrop started this half and played that anti-eco round almost perfectly.
Yep.
Right? They didn't lose a single gun that they bought up. They played exactly how they were supposed to. You can see it in their buy. It's very, very competitive with Maryville's full buy even after the save in the last round. So despite the kind of initial tussle on the A site, they do have Ollie inserted deep in short. Shondex is ready to take that fight straight to Winthrop.
Straight to the dome of the mirrored yours stand as well. That had to hurt a little bit in the 1v1. Now they rotate over a few more members onto A just in case there was going to be more mischief. With the C play and the garage now being held in a 1v1 through doors. It's a bit dangerous for Winthrop to go about anywhere. You can see another smoke going out, covering B main entrance.
Turner's all the way on site.
Yeah, I mean, they're in, but again, the spike has to travel that way. They're still worried about some of the other entry points. There they go. Out, and the turret's going to help. Andrew's still alive, though. And now you check on the back side. Because you had good information that the site was overrun, you knew they were coming from connector. Greg able to find one, or Greg was able to find one on Cloric, trying to get that ult orb. But it's still a 1v4, and poor Greg, they've been trying their hardest. It just hasn't felt like it's led to too much in there.
30 seconds
Now
left.
the trap closes in an even deeper way. Cage goes one way, and Giza's like, I don't know what I'm doing with this one. Out they pop. Info shoulder spotted. And Greg knows not to pull that trigger, but Shondex says you don't have a choice. That will be the 11th for Maryville. Just two more to claim this map.
Yeah, no bonus given over. Winthrop not able to convert. Instead, it's going to have to be the full rifles here. Thankfully, Ollie did manage to grab that Blade Storm, get it online for this round, because this is really the last chance for Winthrop. They're not going to have another full buy going into the rest of the game if they lose this round.
Cutting through.
Not only do they need to win it, but they need to win it pretty cleanly. Otherwise, Maryville is just going to increase their odds of converting their map pick of Haven.
Start of a little slow play once more. Winthrop recognizing guns in guns. Puts it at a more mid-range battle. Drone. Able to spot one for the moment. Not much more on the side though. Shondex getting real cheeky with this poke out. 4 mid towards B, but this A long lurk will be a problem. Winthrop are on the cusp of losing their Sova here in a second.
Governor's on an island.
Yeah.
There's no way he expects Shondex pushed.
I don't think so. I mean, Shondex is still taking this time a lot because you don't know who else is around the corner, which I respect. So playing that information game. But now it's a leadoff. So all of a sudden, that flank option is open, and there's an exchange here that is going to surprise everyone. Winthrop's like, A's open, guys. A is wide and open, and it's going to bait the rest of the team quite possibly. Ollie trying to go through garage, and here comes that lurk. Shondex, if you get this freedom, it is massive. And washes out Ollie, and now they poke around the corner, and there it is! Eyes out! No, Shondex!
Oh my.
Shondex had every opportunity and still lost out. Now it's on Renz. Ren's going to try and hold down the 2v3. Winthrop just got a massive break in there, but I don't know their time. They're rotating out. There's no way.
10 seconds left.
Are they going to place it on B?
Barely. They have time.
They got it. That's not what they were wanting to go to. As now there's a dance. Renz pops out 30 HP. I cannot believe this is happening right now, Angel. This is the wildest turn of events. Pop line, not going to work. Ren snags one. Teammate around the corner. Cloric takes out Greg. And in the spiral of the chaos, Maryville, with a mission failed successfully, Cloric gets the final, and Maryville are on map point.
My ult is ready. You failed.
This is an insane run that Maryville have been able to put up here on Haven. I mean, we came into this match expecting a close game, both sides back and forth. No, it's just been Maryville. every single step of the way, despite the amount of manipulation that Winthrop can do to the map, despite the impact that we're seeing out of Governor and Ollie. It's just not converting into team-wide success throughout many of these rounds. Maryville 8 chances now to close it out. And they're not a team to blow leads that often.
No, they are not. Clark, though, wants to make something happen in a more definitive fashion. Hunter's Fury being used means that it's down for this full entry. Giza with the frag out, though.
Go
4K!
ahead.
The door has been shut on Winthrop's face and more. And now comes the dance of freaking victory. One more Winthrop member, Veyron. A story as old as time. Poor Veyron is the last one alive, and Giza really wants that ace. Look left, you're going to find it. Veyron gives their spot up, kind of chase around. Giza ace to close out map 1 is Maryville, looking like a sure deal.
Who else but Giza to close out the map for Maryville? And reminder, we talked about a little bit in the pre-show about Giza being like top 5 in like half the stats in Division 1. Well, there were only 2 players that were consistently ahead of him in those stats, and one of them was Ollie on Winthrop. And so to put up that type of performance that we just saw from Giza up against the guy who's ahead of you in the stats, I mean, that is just phenomenal work from Giza, and also Maryville at large, who just completely dominated their way through Haven.
They really did, and as you said, it was their map pick, but it does not deny the fact that Maryville are here to play all day long. And looking at Winthrop's side, Greg, unfortunate, stepped in, had to make some moves, didn't really perform up to standard, but it's good on them for being able to step up, say, hey, I'm going to take my chance here in a Maryville series. I give them a lot of credit for it. The question is, can Winthrop bounce back? If they bring in, again, we were told and informed that the sub was only for map number 1. So do we assume that Winthrop will be feeling a lot better moving into map 2 when they have a majority share of their members back?
I mean, the fear is, did the subs buy enough time, right?
True.
Are those players now free and able to play? You know, did they get out of class? Those are a lot of questions that, unfortunately, we're not going to have the answers to right now. We kind of have to go to a little break and then find out, don't we?
Yeah, we do. So we'll go ahead, head to a break number 1. Before we go, though, I want to give a big shout out to all you viewers at home and the lovely staff on the side. At the same time as this is going on, I do believe the League of Legends side is also competing between Winthrop and Maryville. So while we go to a short break, go ahead, check them out. Come back for map number 2.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
Another bigger price. So in affection, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Always sending me a big paragraph saying comments I made when I left her on red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is played with my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to
I can go anywhere, walk the desert in the sun, lost and I don't care. I'm feeling lighter, lighter. At the finish line, you can't cheat me now. Flying like a satellite, I'm so far away, can't get me back. Don't wanna take it in my mind. Cloak and dagger, snakes and ladders. Think I know the reason why. It's always the weak ones who attack. You got nothing else in life, it's all that matters. Snakes and ladders. It's all that matters. Snakes and ladders. How does it feel to fall now that you're in this alone? No more comfort, 'cause those days are over now. I've seen that side. Can't believe I let you wear down. All the memories unwind, taking me higher, higher. Past the finish line, you can't cheat me now. Can't get me back. In my mind, dagger, snakes and ladders. Think I know the reason why. It's always the weak ones who attack. And nothing else can last. All that matters, snakes and ladders. Nothing else can last. It's all that matters, snakes and ladders. Snakes and ladders. Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for game number 2 between Winthrop and Maryville. Maryville obviously punching very hard and very heavy here in map number 1. Took Haven 13 to, I believe, 4 or 5. Very, very powerful stuff in there. However, we did know Winthrop was coming in with a little bit of handicap. Greg had to step in last minute. Big shout out to Greg. Unfortunately, they did fall in map number 1. But moving into the second, Winthrop will now have their majority share of main roster here. Fair and STG are coming back into play, so Ollie and Greg will be out.
Yeah, and listen, you want to talk about missing presence? I miss when STG isn't in the server, okay? The strongest and tallest of guys. I mean, you absolutely want him in this lineup. The value that he brings in some of these like 4v3, 3v4 situations cannot be understated. So to get him back in the lineup, to maybe run a couple more comfortable comps, considering we do know Ollie has kind of his own specific type of play style, which does work, but the team can better gel when everyone's on the same page, and that's a lot of the times kind of what it felt like for Winthrop, especially on that defense, is there were two different game plans going on at the same time, and if you're doing two things at once, you're doing both of them less efficiently.
Yeah, it's a tough call, and honestly, hey, get those guys in. You know, the 60-second strong, tall guy, you know, might be better than the other 61 that were beforehand. Big thing, though, moving into Abyss, a little bit different map as well. We keep that in mind. This is Winthrop's map pick. They're going to be trying to work this one on the ground. We'll have to see if Maryville will actually be on the defensive side like we believed. There are... You know, we were given this information, so we hope it is true. If not, then we'll see a little bit of a shift. We'll see that shift back for Maryville on the attack, this side that they know and love.
Well, either way, it's still going to be the double duelist out for Maryville. They're running Shondex on that Yoru basically full time. Winthrop, though, this is the comp that we expect from them, where you're just running your attack and your space taking through Infiltrator. What I love about this setup and this layout of 5 for Winthrop is the strength that Veyron brings on the chamber. It's very easily his best agent. And also with STG stepping back into the main lineup, it's the fact that he gets to be on the KO on this map, which we already know he loves the KO. It allows him to play for himself, make plays for others, grab information, bring firepower, everything.
Time to jump.
And this is Winthrop's map pick, so if there's any time to come back from a 13-4 loss, it's going to be now.
Sounds like time for sure. Shockbolt leaning behind Infiltrator to start, waiting for a star to go down, but it's quickly dispersed. Quick shot once more on the Shock, not really landing anywhere, but Governor and the rest of the squad are able to bounce on in. Veyron helps out with that Headhunter. Very nice and smooth so far from Winthrop. This entry looking real good. Completely smoked out all the high grounds, which means STG gets a shot on Maryville.
A fine day.
Chloric able to rip one back in their own favor. Sees a foot, but doesn't hit the head like Infiltrator does. Low HP on 3, but for Winthrop, that's all you could ask for. One more body to go, and they will get it. Good pistol to start for Winthrop.
Yeah, this is the comeback that we were kind of expecting, and it's good to see that both STG and Fair are ready to go. They don't need any time to warm up into this game. And you can see now the anti-eco being prepped and readied. Nice little sheriff in the hands of Giza. That still might find a fair bit of value as Winthrop do have their eyes aimed at B. See if Giza gets scouted out.
Last player standing.
Never mind.
Flawless.
Don't even give them the opportunity.
I haven't seen that in a hot minute, but that is a way to go ahead and clear it. One of the unique factors to Abyss is being able to pull that off. So go ahead, reset, get moving. That's what we look to see. So looking at this anti-eco done for the bonus. Maryville, guns in hand, pretty popular on that end as well.
Yeah, in all fairness, it's not the most unoptimal play that you can do, sure. You're not able to get any damage done onto Winthrop, but you do deny all of the money from planting the spike. You deny any sort of kill bonuses that players could get. Not the worst thing ever, but he's now been spotted out. He's now being hunted down.
that hunt down is way too easy. SCG runs them through. Matondix is ready with the gun. Fires on for 2. Brings it to a 3v3 after the earlier frags. And Maryville, wondering exactly how that panned out. Winthrop hiding inside of that smoke.
Spike planted.
A few more than others. 2 through long, but take a look at this. Hard flank from T-Spawn. Looking to that window side, and Ange might not be aware of it. Cloric looks right, looks left, sees another body. Really getting close. Taps 1, looks out on the side, taps 2. Freebie, Governor on the swing, and Cloric wipes them out. Really nice by Maryville as Cloric leads the first back for Maryville's side.
Look at Cloric just dancing, bro. He's vibing to the EDM. Oh, he's
Yeah,
emoting!
get high!
He's emoting on them!
We love it.
That's the way to get it done, though. Listen, Maryville, excellent job of understanding where Winthrop is. The fact that Winthrop was going so fast over towards the B site, they knew that there was going to be a very weak flank hold. And in this case, there wasn't a flank hold at all. So IGL, Big Brain Cloric gets to capitalize thanks to the safe watch of Ange. Winthrop, they're on bigger things. Veyron, operator in hand, ready to go fight out towards mid.
Coming to work their magic inside the smoke, and just waiting for the rest of the team. Gets tapped, but no real damage on the back end. Now you spot 3 or 4, but Infiltrator says all I got is 2. Drop shot next to Ange. Once again, a B side hit.
Back in a flash.
Spike going down out wide, so from T-Spawn you can make it work. But Veyron beats shot number 1. Rensville, untouched through connector. Dash on in short range though, still leaves you in range of Infiltrator, who is now 3k deep. That's more than enough to put Winthrop in the good chair, in the good seat for this show. 3-1 in their future, and Maryville kind of knows it. Cloric just waiting.
Yeah, Cloric is unfortunately relegated to a save. How the tides have turned. That might just be karma for emoting. You must save. You must now spend 40 seconds staring at one angle. But for Winthrop, again, a phenomenal site take over on B, and we know that that's a very big success of theirs on a round-to-round basis. Is their executes.
They demand a fight.
Scary, but Cloric can walk away with the rifle saved at least, and that buy is gonna be interesting for Maryville because Cloric is basically gonna be on no money, and everyone else is gonna have just sheriffs.
Ooh.
So yeah, MCE calling a timeout now. Ironically enough, I think the first Maryville timeout we might have ever seen in the spring split.
I mean, we did say this is the one series that might push us to a map 3, and at the start we're seeing for Winthrop on their attack feels pretty good. I give them credit, they're pushing, they're making faster moves than I was fully expecting, and they're winning a lot of these openers. So a timeout here by MCE saying for Maryville, come on guys, get it together. We understand that they're going to push in certain areas, and these defaults, we can make it work. We can really make it work. I wonder what else they're trying to say. Maybe who to mark to start things out. Are we going to try and mark Infiltrator or someone else on Winthrop's end?
I think the big thing for Maryville in this round at least is going to be how do you maximize the one rifle you have on your team, which is in this case Cloric. How do you maximize the value you're going to get out of him without completely compromising the rest of the map, right? You can't just give up A or B in its entirety unless you just go for the hard read, which is entirely fair that Winthrop just exec'd on B the last 2 rounds without a care in the world. So just do that again.
Through mid will be one of the first times we've seen very interesting option by Cloric. Cloric, who has popped off in more ways than one. Taking a little bit of a chance. Now sneaking out. Might hear some footsteps on the top end, but not sure if they're willing to push it.
Yeah,
main is also populated by majority share of Winthrop, as that's the call so far.
But I mean, all the mid space that Cloric has here is huge. It's going to allow for a lot faster of rotates for Maryville on whatever site Winthrop so choose. In this case, over towards A. Giza's alone on an island, though.
There's another shock bolt being used, so a lot of utility being used just to ensure Winthrop get a clean entry here. How clean will it be as a whole is the question. Haven't spotted, but Giza was ready. Inside of smoke, looking for one more, but can't find it. Ren sneaking around the outside here. Towards the door. Walked right by a teammate, but Ren's with the one click. He's able to tap one before diverting back. Shondex helps save the teammate. And Winthrop have run into a brick wall of sorts. Fair is able to even it up to a 1v1, but Clork is the last one alive. Remember, Clork is the only one with the gun.
Has the rifle. 20 seconds left as well. Remember, Clork, all the space and opportunity in the world. Right now, the pressure's on Fair to plant. He will do so. But does he expect the flank from Cloric? I don't think he does.
I mean, it's good rotate. Good information travel, but now it's a look and a peek. It's all down to a near 50-50. And Fair knows it, giving no information out. But Cloric senses is not going to check the backside corner. No way. No, it's a star position! Oh, Fair, you had the right idea, but just the timing did not go your way. And Maryville will grab a thrifty round for themselves, courtesy of MSI.
There it is. MSI thrifty for Maryville off the back of the IGL Cloric, as well as some very nice shots out of Renz.
I need a drop.
Unbelievable.
Thanks.
And that is a complete momentum halter, too.
Yeah.
Timeout successful from Maryville. Winthrop. Economy not the greatest. It's going to be that weird half-buy situation. Shondex now gets rewarded with the operator.
Come on, take him out.
Immediate Hunter's Fury in towards A main.
Nice little lock.
That's going to reinforce the B site, though. I feel like they have the extra space. With Shondex posted up towards mid, you can keep two players, specifically Renz and Ange, over towards this B site. And it's hard to execute onto a site that Ange is holding. We know how good of an anchor he can be.
Absolutely, as Shondex. There's a little info on the peak side, but that dimensional drift is just so powerful. Quick Hunter's Fury slows them all down on the entry from Maryville's end. Have to take the slow road in. Ange was ready though. On the mark one, there's a snipe. Shondex rips SCG apart. Dimensional drift still giving a lot of information back, as well as Clork is trying to make an advance on it. Not able to do too much, so Governor gets the spike down. The 3v3 is a whole different story. Clork with a great flank number one. Almost shoots his own teammate's clone, but just trying to pepper the box a little bit more. Now with the cross, Giza sees the body of Fair. And Shondex rips him apart. 2 for Shondex on that operator. And Maryville will tie it up at 3.
It feels like once Maryville got the guns in their hands, they were ready to play. Being said, it's not all doom and gloom. Remember, Winthrop, we're on a bit of a weird compromised buy. So, in terms of the money, should be better here. You can see Veyron on that operator, only a couple away from the tour de force should they need it. STG is going to have the null command ready. That A site, it does feel very tempting, doesn't it? You just go in, execute off the KO, completely clear out the space.
Shock dart.
See if they can do a little bit more here. That's going to be snap number 1. A little bit of a dart just to try and excite the opponent out. For Winthrop, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. How are they going to mix it up? And scouted out. Governor trying to make use of that drone, but it's not going to go their way. Instead, gonna watch as Maryville just plays the long game. Renz transporting back, making sure to stay safe with the rest of the team as Winthrop are still biding their time.
Yeah, Winthrop playing this very slow game, but Maryville not a team known to really push out aggressively on defenses, at least unprovoked. They're willing to let Winthrop fall into their sight lines. Very slow trades of utility, but look at the timing Clork's taking in mid. Huge kill. Picks off Infiltrator.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's ready for Governor too.
I think he is as well. I mean, 30 seconds left. You know they have to rush.
30 seconds left.
Easy.
Trick shots.
Walking into so much. Giza with the timing number 1. Shondex drops Veyron with a little sneak peek drop. That hurts. You were hoping to get a 1 at least, but now there's no entry that is safe for you. At this point, you just got to kind of take your licks as they come. STG watches Flash go down, gets Cloric on the back end, but you've already lost the round. Here a couple footsteps on the end. STG pop flash, aims out, second time, isn't gonna work. Double dash in, and STG marks them all down. Fair, rips Giza apart, but it's still a 2-for-1 at the end of the day, and Maryville take that round after a tough couple openers. Maryville right back in control with 3 in a row.
At the very least, they keep that operator over into another round. It's either going to be Governor or Veyron holding this here in round number 8. Could very well be Governor. Ends up being Veyron. Makes sense. You want the guy who can use the rendezvous and just get out of dodge to have the very slow fire rate gun. But this op fight in mid, Shondex and Veyron. Good utility usage, or else Veyron would have been dead to rights.
Concealment.
Once more, B-side hit. We've seen this happen quite often, obviously. Winthrop trying to feel their way in, but this one's a little bit harder push. Maryville, of course, no major burst on the back end because mid is covered, so it's all on Andrew, the rest of the squad to hold it down. Good spray number 1, only gets 1 though. Shondex able to help out the teammate. High ground cover as Ren peppers fair through the back lines. And with 4 eliminated at the cost of 1, it's a huge dub for Maryville as it got the spike holder as well.
Yeah, and at this point for Veyron, try and maybe get 1 before you save. There it is.
Watch them run when lit by my sonar. That's
Cloric
when we strike.
Cleans it up, makes it clinical. 5-3 lead, and they show no signs of stopping. We'll have that tour de force in the hands of Veyron, so still full buy across the board. And that is the value you get with having a chamber. But this is really where we start to get into the nitty-gritty with these ultimates, right? Null Command hasn't been used yet. Astral Divide
You want
on both
to play?
sides.
Let's play.
All right, now the let's play call is out. 2 to 4 is ready to punch through anyone that makes the wrong move. For Winthrop, once again, taking a very slow start, covering the entirety of mid, though. Now they have the option to go just about any direction. They gotta close out Giza first, who's waiting off on the wings. Cosmic Divide being used. That spray, Infiltrator is gone. First lurk denied. SCG and the rest of the squad, though, are they gonna make this work? Shock lands 1. Governor making a lot of noise here. Gets the plant on the bridge. They're gonna try and walk back, forces Cosmic Divide rush, but there's 3 on site right now. Maryville ready to take advantage. Down goes that wall. Giza peeking out on the side. There's the other. Good call out, and now it's in their favor. You see an arm. Giza takes advantage, and the rest of the team is there. Shondex takes Governor out. And the defusal is perfect. Winthrop gets outmaneuvered on their own maneuvers. And there's not much that they can do there. Well played as the rest of the teammates go down, and Maryville sit comfortably at 6.
Yeah, now Winthrop, I mean, that was a round that you really needed. This is the timeout being called by Slow. And it really couldn't come at a better time. It does feel like this Winthrop team is spiraling a little bit out of control. They're slowly bleeding rounds. At the very least, it's not as bad as the first half of Haven, but you need something to tie everyone back together, because these back-to-back slow starts in both of these maps have not been helpful to you at all.
They really haven't. And for Winthrop, it feels more like they're just kind of grasping at straws. You can see a couple of Maryville members getting up, stretching a little bit, saying, okay, guys, what can we do next? So far, we've taken control back of this map. For Winthrop, it's all about, well, do we want to try and play this a little bit more lengthy again and go against your wishes here on this one, Angel? Like, what are the options for them right now? What do you think is their best option to try and get these rounds back?
I mean, it's as crazy as it sounds, it's got to be revolving around the opening kill. I know that Maryville has a really good 4v5 rate, but Winthrop is a team that has the firepower to not consistently lose 4v5s, right? But you need to find an opening somewhere, because Maryville's retakes are so structured and so flexible and adaptable that they can do a retake from anywhere, right? They have protocols in place. They know how they want to play in any given moment.
Nice one out, Veyron.
That's huge.
Mini jump shooting as Ren's got a little bit too cheeky with their entry. Mid now covered. I don't think there's going to be a refrag out anytime soon. Maryville down. As you mentioned, opening frag is good, but for Winthrop, you need one more. Testing the waters, though. Rotate over towards the B side. Veyron, though, recognizing an opportunity where they see it, but good coverage by Ange. Keeps them safe. Now the call is being made, though. Hard rush onto the B side. Maryville recognizing this one. Puts two, one high, one low. Winthrop quickly gather members onto the site. 3 on top, 1 towards main. Will this work?
30
Position
seconds
all
left.
4. Flank opportunity.
Spike
Shot
planted.
1. Shondex misses. Neural Theft gives a lot of great information. Clork uses that to take out Fair. Giza now rounding the corner. Governor off on that ledge. Will they find it? They jump a little bit too far. Clork takes them out. Now Hunter's Fury snap 1. Hits the body. Looking for a second. Will catch Infiltrator. No one else around the corner, but SCG has a good mark. Will they show themselves? Yes, they do. Their position is given away, and Ange flushes them out. You called it before, Angel. Maryville consistently have the right reads.
Yeah. Even with the opener gone, Maryville always know how to manipulate the map to win in that retake. That's how strong of a team they are. You have to constantly be aware that Maryville is going to try and exploit any gap they can find. You see it in that round where they were able to pick off Veyron and then the flank comes in. No matter what, this team is just so smart. And Winthrop backs against the wall, desperately trying to grab 5. Keep themselves in a decent standing moving into the next half.
See if they can do so. Hunter Series out from the other side. SCG drops friends like a hot sack of potatoes. Infiltrator does the exact same. There's the aggression we were waiting for, though, Angel. We said for Winthrop, the slow play never really felt like it was theirs. However, they got renewed sense of aggression and confidence. That timeout, as well as getting guns in their hand, feel much more awake at this current time. 3v5, a little more difficult for Maryville. No neural theft. Come around. There's a shock bolt and a half. Infiltrator gets the call out, takes the 3K. Shondex rips SCG away. It's only 1 out of 4 for Maryville. Might have to drop this one and say, okay, that's our loss. It's not too bad. We're still sitting on 7.
Yeah, they still have the lead at the end of the half. They're still more than prepared for the sides to switch. For Winthrop, though, it's a sigh of relief. This kind of felt like the round that if you lost, that's a real statement made by Maryville, but you're able to convert. You keep things simple. Execute, keep chamber, in this case Veyron, posted on the flank, deny any sort of weird kind of collapse from Maryville. So you keep things solid. Maryville, because of their win streak that they had over the last several rounds, they're able to still maintain a full buy with the operator saved over from Shondex.
Here.
You have to hope that the execute can get it done again. This time, Infiltrator, Dimensional Drift over towards mid. It's going to gather some crucial info.
Who's next?
All out. Shondex That snapshot doesn't really work. Now inside of that smoke, Ange is waiting. Here's a couple bodies with the walk on forward, but the space is given. Renz with the shorty. Where did that come from? Jumping on through SCG and Fair, trying to do their work. Three frags out, but now they walk right into each other's bodies.
One enemy remaining.
Passing like ships in the night. Veyron uses that confusion to their own advantage. Maryville, lost in the sauce, twisted up every single way. And in a 1v3, don't really like those odds. And Veyron, the cover of night, the cover of confusion. One last shot and they will find it. I don't think that was meant to be, but it was a made-in style Winthrop.
Switching sides.
With a silencing round 5 to bring this to a very close first half end.
Yeah, listen, 7-5, you're absolutely going to take that if you're Winthrop, especially because this Abyss defense, it is very, very decent in terms of side preference and all the individual map win rates. Abyss defense is going to be totally fine to work with, especially with how close this half was. But you talk about the middle of that half, it got scary for them. Knowing Winthrop, though, back on pistols and prime opportunity to even things up. Treat it like the first map never even happened.
I think that's the best call for Veyron. It's all about being given that opportunity, given that space to play on the shell game. Renz, though, stepping up very, very close to the forefront. Huge hold on the utility, but it's not going to work. Then he pops the smoke. 1-2. Renz! What a monster of a start. That is how you kick off the second half in style. It might not be the most explosive multi-frag that they have, but it's one to start off this half in a sorely needed way after Maryville lost the last two. SCG, he's able to answer back in kind to hostile detected. Shondex makes an answer to the Maryville side. Veyron with the refrag. Winthrop 2 left alive, but only so much you can do. Time being played. Floric has yet another. And the finish by Ange will clear it out. Maryville take the pistol.
I mean, what a round for Renz.
No worries.
What a play. Goes in, shorty in hand, through the smoke. 1-2. 2 kills. Gets out, completely resets the round with just such an insane advantage for Maryville. And you're going to feel that if you're Winthrop now, forced onto the couple upgraded pistols, maybe a Sheriff, maybe a Bucky in there.
Don't miss me too much.
Here we go, next round. That's going to be a drop on down, and Renz cannot get a handle on a Governor with a great denial of space here at the start. I think for Winthrop, that's actually a really nice outcome. You deny Renz that early frag. You also put Renz on a low HP. Take a look at the HP bar. It's very, very deep down there. And it also opens up for Veyron and Infiltrator to find marks of their own. Veyron steps up a little bit farther. This time loses their life as Floric gets that victory. However, it's a moot point. You're still down in the 3v4, and Maryville don't like those odds.
No. To be fair, though, Maryville always going to be available and around. You can't really count them out until it's over. So that ace site is given over. Winthrop going to try and play to the numbers to the best of their ability. Reminder that the weaponry advantage is still going to matter. Floric has that Vandal, will be available to absolutely spray down these incoming players from Winthrop. Governor might be the first sacrifice.
Here.
The sacrifice that we're willing to make. Floric says it ain't, though. Infiltrator with a great drop-down shot. Needs yet another, but the low HP is a whole different story. Arm shot will get it down to a 1v1. Ange can make this work. Remember, there's only so far that you can go. Pistol out now to finish. It's a clutch up for the ages. However, Winthrop have to be happy. They took a lot of guns off the table.
I mean, we mentioned it, right? If Ange is in a 1v2, probably going to win it. More times than not, and he shows it there. Sure, you can argue it was an eco, this, that, the other. The spike was already planted, but he's still going to be good for it. Puts it on the board, extends the Maryville lead to 4 rounds strong. Now they get that opportunity to play that bonus, but because of some of the buys that Winthrop went through in the last round, you know, the Buckies, the Sheriffs, they don't have a full set of 6 rifles to get them through.
Well, Ferenz just wondering why that shock bolt didn't really go too far. Just because,
Be right
okay.
back.
I mean, I'll take that. But of course, it's all a bait, remember. Veyron has done this before, and there's that walk. Easy pick. I am loving what Winthrop are doing. Create noise, let Veyron get the frag. Just let them wander on out. Quick detection. 1 notified. For Maryville, though, it's a slow walk forward. Mid still being contested by 3. They're going to be a little bit dicey about it. Remember, Winthrop had so many good positions before. Vandal now picked up, and Governor takes advantage, says, guys, are you really trying it again? We took you out last time for this specific reason. Maryville now down to only 3, and they got to make a choice.
Yeah, and this is a huge lead for Winthrop. They have all that mid space, but considering the lack of real pressure on either side of the map, these rotations haven't really been manipulated in any sort of way. So Governor just falling back into the safety of the
One
team.
enemy remaining.
Puts Chloric on essentially nothing. There's not much Ange can do in a 1v4. Winthrop, they grab a much-needed bonus, or denial of a bonus out of Maryville. And we'll be able to full buy here in the 4th round of the second half, otherwise known as round number 16. Maryville.
We can count. We can count.
We can. We do try. Ignoring that I said 6 and 6 players instead of 5. You know.
We don't worry about that. It's okay.
It's fine.
We just, you know, we just don't talk about it.
Exactly. It's all good vibes, just like Winthrop right now, because Veyron's in a great position to grab one and get out. Unfortunately.
Don't miss me too much.
Still, 5 on 5.
Oh, make that a 5v4 as Winthrop are saying, we ain't just playing for the vibes. Neither is Maryville, though, as they crush it back in style. 2v2 with 1/2 bar left. For Winthrop, this is the opportunity. Shonix, though, has a perfect read on STG and drops the strong, tall man right where they stand. 1 more left as Fair with a Bucky needs to make something happen, and with the star up, they are going to try. Star in the doorway as well. Do I disagree with this? Absolutely not. And seal both. And now taking a chance of stepping on through? I mean, I get it either way, and now they have to go for a full, but that hard spray is easy enough as Ange will rip it away. Maryville, first on double digits. It's an MSI Thrifty yet again.
It's the 2nd time this has happened in this map. Both of them being from Maryville, both of them completely ruining the momentum of Winthrop. And we see it yet again. So now, for Winthrop, you have to completely restructure this defense, because the initial plan was to get Veyron onto the operator here in this round. That's not going to happen anymore.
Here.
You're still going to have to operate with a Bucky instead of a 5th rifle.
You want to find it?
Maybe it's a whole different story. Maryville, though, one of the fastest entries we've seen thus far on their attack. Cosmic Divide will bring it close to 1. Double smoked up at the entrance here on CT side, though. Dren's really covering that angle. Governor ready to break on through, but the dimensional drift will give them all the information in the world. The recon goes out. Now they have to break that wire. Another drop on in, but Shonix and Giza were more than ready for them. Maryville unperturbed as they wipe all chances at a retake off this map. Ain't no chance for Winthrop as Maryville flawlessly execute those birds.
That goes there.
Yeah, this is a Maryville team that feels unstoppable. And
it took them a while to get there, but they do feel unstoppable now.
And it's funny because I remember
right here
a couple years ago now, when this roster was kind of initially envisioned, they always talked about how they struggled online, and on LAN in person they would always be able to step it up. I don't think that's the case anymore. This is a team that is ready to go at any time. They're proving it here.
Shutting them down.
I mean, Winthrop have to give up the site. STG does not want to try and take that 1v5. See what Governor can find as the Hunter's Fury rings out. Is at least a kill on Deshaundex plus a couple tags.
I mean, that's a lot of damage as well, but for Maryville, you're still on site. That's all you care about. Giza can even it up if you look to that right side, but you walk right into Gumball STG, and STG is ready to make mark. Rest of the team now jumping on through. Good blind. Rens has to pop around the corner, but they do. Vandal gets one. Tap two on again.
Oh.
Another dome is good, but STG shuts that down. Still 2v3. Mark one more. 2 to 4. Puts them down to 1. Variable with a lone hold, and Ange cannot clutch up. STG on 1 left as Winthrop with a chaotic round win. Still is a win at the end.
STG's on 1 singular health. Reminder. It is extremely close margins, but if Winthrop can put it on the board, Winthrop will absolutely take it and keep it pushing. Reminder, this is a team whose mental has been tested, and they do come out on top. I can already hear it right now. Winthrop telling themselves that they can still absolutely win this map. The biggest concern is fair, right? Not necessarily the leaderboard, but the money. Consistently struggling in that economy department. This is now the 5th round in a row he's been on a bucky.
Obscuring vision.
And it's true, they just kind of opted for it. Recon, unfortunately, not broken, so a lot of information garnered over. Giza used that information to perfection. Inside the smoke, though, Veyron gets a mark of their own. Still 2, 3.
Governor was hurt.
Taken away from Winthrop's edge, and STG is left wondering what the
Spike
heck just
planted.
happened. Clone walking into the wall.
Last
STG
player
knows one's around the
standing.
corner, but Shondex is faster on the trigger. Makes it even more difficult. Maryville breathing a pretty heavy sigh of relief as they are on series point.
Match point.
And for Maryville, it feels clinical. They want to keep the undefeated season alive. Not just in terms of series won and lost, but maps. It would make them 14-0 on the map count in this semester. Slow takes what could be the last timeout in the spring for Winthrop. Trying to put the pieces together. I mean, to be fair, this is a meta that revolves around very fast executes and site takes, very, very coordinated team fights. That is something that Maryville are very good at, just being coordinated, being on the same page. So if you're Winthrop, who are you looking to disrupt the play for Maryville and then thrive in the chaos?
Man, my eyes are kind of drawn in every which way, but if I were to pick a single person, I really do feel like it is going to be Veyron once more. Veyron has been a huge disruptor at the end of the day. Yes, Infiltrator has had some great marks, but it feels like Veyron is the one that everyone's kind of playing for. Create space, create opportunity, and use Veyron to get that win. However, that's just my thoughts. It's up to the team to prove it differently. Rens with a great conversion pathway is able to tag, I believe, 2 on the field end. However, an answer back from Hunter's Fury will force them away. So ult for ult is a whole different story. For Governor tucked into a corner, unsure if they can make this work. That timeout seems to have given them a good idea. Expend everything, but Veyron, there it is once more. The lurk behind finds great shots. Governor does the same on the far end. I didn't expect him, but Giza loses their life. And now it's Maryville. They have to flush out Veyron. Veyron, who is more than ready to peek around this corner. And unfortunately, Sprays missed this time around. Great kill by Maryville, but they're still down 1. 3v4 right now. Shondex, you're going to get sneaky with it. You run right by. Short in hand. Pop it into Governor. And that's the way to do it. Rens on the other side of mid was able to tag out one more. Sees another body step out, but can't finish him off. Clark on 15. As Maryville see the end in sight. Winthrop don't want to go out like this, though. Teammates lined up here in mid. You can't dance too far. Rens, 1 more to go. Not going to happen. 3K, though, at the end. But Shondex finishes what Rens could not, and Maryville will end their season undefeated.
A 3v5 is how Maryville end the spring regular season. Reminder, that was 2 openers that went the way of Winthrop. My hair it's like completely like spiked up in astonishment. It was a 3v5, and Maryville just converted it against Winthrop, a team who hadn't lost a single map going into this series. And Maryville just took it 2-0, 13-4, 13-7.
I mean, we give credit where credit is due. Maryville stating, you might be undefeated or now just one defeat in, but we are miles ahead of you. And I think this is, Winthrop knew what they were stepping into, but I don't think they expected it to be at this level. Well played by Maryville, who came to step up and showcase their skills once more. A roster that even from the fall 2025 have leaned into this season as well, and feels like nothing can really stop them.
No, I 100% agree. There's absolutely nothing that can stop this team. We thought Maryville would give, or not Maryville, we thought Winthrop would give them a run for their money. Nope. Maryville just kept it pushing. I'm at a loss. I mean, yes, Haven, unfortunate that you had 2 subs, but we're expecting Abyss. Winthrop's pick, full starting 5 is there, or at least the bulk of it, 4 out of 5. Not even close.
No, it wasn't. And, I mean, huge props to Maryville for making it look so easy while they did it. I mean, we all know Winthrop are still a team to be feared. You look at that 2nd to 3rd place difference, and for Winthrop, looking behind him, still saying, you guys still got to catch up to me. I'm sorry. That might not have looked close between 1st and 2nd, but 2nd and 3rd has just as large of a gap. So this is a big wake-up call to a lot of the teams moving into that playoff run as well about who they got to look forward to if you're in that last position, which, speaking of the last position, we get to figure who that will be, but not before we get a quick interview with one of the players from Maryville, as they have now successfully closed off their regular season undefeated. Let's see how they're feeling moving into the playoffs. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a quick interview with one of the Maryville players in just a bit.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
between. Your type, don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void, and makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Between. Tell me when you love. Yeah, she's a looker, my only fascination. So come on over. She has me levitating, yeah. Honey, 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 tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. 'Cause I'm someone else. I don't care what you see in me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Honey, honey, honey. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantas
an end to a season, one that maybe us on the desk were not expecting, but for one such as Clork, it could not be more inevitable. Congratulations, Clork, and welcome here to the desk on your undefeated season. Perfect series score all the way through 7-0 through the regular season. Gotta ask you, going up against Winthrop, were you expecting the scoreline, or were you thinking there would be a little bit more twist and turn, maybe even a map 3?
I mean, I expected the scoreline to be a 2-0. I expected it to be a little bit closer. Unfortunately, they did have scheduling conflicts, so map 1 they'd have to play with subs, but map 2 we were able to give it our all and show that we're the better team today.
I kind of wanted to talk about this, considering the kind of prestige around both, you guys and Winthrop as teams, as schools. Coming into this matchup, this is I think the first time you guys have played each other in specifically Division 1 since the very first match you guys played all the way in the fall.
Yep.
And now we have gone full circle back here. It's the last match of the spring. You guys still haven't lost a series in Division 1 in the spring. You guys have gone 14-0 on maps. I mean, what does that feel like for you guys as just like almost like a opportunity to gloat victory lap, and then what does that kind of feel like as like a kind of team vibes check?
I mean, it feels amazing, obviously, not having to go through like any hardships of like losing a map even. But I think it just feels amazing that we're going 14-0, not dropping a map, going 7-0. Like, that's what we're here to do, so it feels good to actually get it done.
And then I wanted to also talk about throughout the spring some of the you talked about scheduling conflicts for Winthrop. It's not to say that you guys haven't had your fair share of scheduling conflicts, of some people maybe not feeling well on certain weeks, and the constant rotation of subs. So from an IGL perspective, constantly being able to bring in guys like Aiden, I think you guys, I'm trying to remember.
That was it. We only had A1D for one match, and that was it.
Yeah. But you guys had a couple subs throughout the season, but what was that like for you, kind of moving off of that, finally getting your core 5 together in the server here? I mean, obviously it's going to be a treat, but from an IGL perspective, what's the difference?
I mean, the difference is like I practice with all 5 of these people like day in and day out. Obviously, there's days we can't, but it just feels good because we just go over and have reps, so I know what everybody's going to do, and like they know what to do when I call like for a certain strategy, so it just makes it a lot more fluid.
All right, I like it. I'll go ahead and close out here. I'm sorry, Angel, I'm going to steal it away from you, but just for a little bit, mainly because I got to get this thought in before I forget it as well. Clork, you guys have already locked in first place. You already feel pretty confident about that one heading into playoffs. I'm sure you guys are not worried about whoever you do face off against. However, just coming up in the next match will be the determining series, pretty much to decide who you guys will play, I believe, or at least one of the teams locking in. It will be Boise State versus Utah. Do you have any thoughts on who will be taking that series?
Honestly, I think that's like a 50-50 match. And you said we play the winner of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
You play the winner, the loser isn't in playoffs.
Okay, I mean, I hope Boise State wins. I want to play them again. With our full 5. I'm pretty sure Boise State's the one that A1D subbed in for, so I want Boise State to win that one.
All right. I like that. Angel, any final thoughts?
I mean, listen, you guys, just again, congrats on the phenomenal season you guys have put up. Playoffs just a couple weeks away. Best of luck to you. Glad to finally get you here on the desk.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Of course. With that being said, obviously, Clork made a few words, but obviously the brains in there are a whole different level. I mean, very calm, very collected, and had no worries. Knew that his team was going to pull through.
Yeah, we just a unreal season from Maryville here. That was not expected at all, but
no,
we ourselves are at a loss for words. I understand why Clork didn't have much to say either. It was a phenomenal bout from Maryville, start to finish. The fact that they have now pushed themselves through to playoffs as the undeniable first seed, it almost feels like it's their tournament to lose. But there is a chance that all these teams bounce back in playoffs, considering the stakes are higher, there's more pressure. And Winthrop, they haven't been eliminated. They're just the second seed.
Yep, that's another good point to have. However, the next match will be for an elimination. One more series will determine who is going to be moving on and who will be falling just shy of those playoffs. That'll be starting, I believe, this upcoming weekend. So make sure to stay tuned at the top of the hour. It is going to be the matchup between, my brain can remember because I totally have that up, Boise State versus Utah. Quite literally the question I asked earlier. Man, Angel, I am bad at this. We are looking forward to that one. That I believe will be either top of the hour here. So keep eyes, go ahead, get some water, popcorn, whatever you want to grab for our next series here on the night for more Division 1 Valorant action. We'll see you all then.
Your learning experience should belong to you. At Maryville University, you choose your own path and forge your own future. Whether you're on the ground, online, or a combination of both, the Maryville experience is centered on you, the learner. As a leader in innovation and technology, we are prepared to take you from learner to earner and back again. Join us as we look to your future together.
People don't like to talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need them body flex for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Give one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So when I vex you, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph and complaints I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is placed in my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. I try to fix my mind and the habits should be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You ripped out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same thing.
You cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph and complaints I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
I can go anywhere, walk the desert in the sun, lost and I don't care. I'm feeling lighter, lighter. At the finish line, you can't cheat me now. Flying like a satellite, I'm so far away, can't get me back. You wanted to get in my mind, cloak and dagger, snakes and ladders. Thinking of the reason why
knows what we've been through.
Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do. Nobody knows you like I do.
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on you, waiting on you.
when it get hectic. Let me be the one knowing you left it. Connected. Let's just hit the plug and get connected. Feel it through your body, don't want my electric.
If you feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to help me for the night. So feel the way I do, come make you move. 'Cause I need you to.
Can't focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in you perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. One side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected. South side, let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
felt human. Am I alone? Do I belong here? They paint the world in black and white, it's confusing. I wanna let them know that I'm something else. I don't care what you say of me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void, and makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between between. Tell me when you love. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy? Tell me when you love.
Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Tell me when you love. Could it be me? Be your fantasy. Your vision. When look in my jaw just dropped. Can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Ooh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force of nature that brings me to life. Ooh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down.
People don't let them talk, only the text. Every time they give up on each other, go next. People don't let them talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize and need about respect for us and not fear the barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for riding many tracks. Give one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So when I touch you, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Always sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed. Every time they give up on each other, go next.
All my energy is placed in my time and the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be the love of me. Try to fix my mind and the habits would be using me. All are in the way I say, 'cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You rip out all the segments of my soul, 'cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the station.
Cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in my soul. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Always sending me a big paragraph saying complaints I made when I left her red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
Why's it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actors. Why's it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah. And you know I've seen better days. Yeah, you know I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending praise through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh.
Standings determined for the first and second seeds. Those are done. They have secured their buys. Now it's ready to determine who will be making it in to finish off our playoff competitors. Here in the Div 1 Valorant side of things, we got the ever so lovely Boise State University versus University of Utah. My name is Orbital Still, and with me is Ancient Angel. And we'll be your casters for the upcoming series. Angel, this one's going to be a little bit different than the one that we saw before, but the stakes could not be higher.
Yeah, it is insane to think about the fact that the winner of this game goes straight to playoffs and the loser is eliminated. It's the last spot for playoffs on the line. And it's these two teams facing off against each other, both with pretty different stories comparing themselves this semester to what they looked like in the fall.
Yeah, it's been a tough route for both these squads, and honestly, there's been a lot on the table for them. Strength of Division 1, I feel, has gone up, and quality has also gone up, so it's been tougher and tougher for them to compete, and now they're kind of sitting there still trying to find their finishing touches moving into this playoff run. And for some teams, it matters a little bit more than most. We'll start off with University of Utah, though, a squad that a lot of you have watched. They've gotten one series win under their belt, and now they're looking for their second. Tempest, Aston, Onstage, D1, and Lolliot all ready to hit those maps.
Yeah, and, we talked about this team all throughout the fall, moving into the spring, and they were a team that went winless in the fall, right? They were struggling to find their footing in the spring. It felt like they made an upgrade. It felt like they were on good path. It was just some unfortunate couple of weeks where they weren't able to string together their full five. And then all of a sudden, last week against Ohio State, they're able to come across with a win, an unlikely win considering they had 3 subs in that game. But they're still able to get it across the line, get their first win in Division 1 history, and now a chance for a playoff berth against this Boise State team. And they have, I believe, all 5 starters in for them.
Yeah, that's going to be that big shift for them, and hopefully the kind of pressure doesn't get to them. As you said, started off strong last week. Can they carry that momentum into this following series? Now, a big part about that, though, is the maps that will be determined a little bit later on. We'll get those to you later, but I really do hope they feel comfortable moving into this map. I really want to see them be comfortable and play comfortable. I do not want to see them taking those more safe routes. I want to still see that almost, I don't want to say wild abandon that we saw against Ohio State, right? But I want to see them come out with some very strong, confident plays, which is what I think yields a lot more victory than just having your main roster there.
Yeah, we talk about fit for this team a lot, right? They're such a good fit with each other. We love the way that they play cohesively as a unit. In many ways, just a kind of single mass, just extending each and every way. They have really good reactions and really good team play. You want to see that continue throughout not only this series, but if they win this series, through playoffs as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to really hope that they can stay in for the playoffs, as that's what they're aiming for. But the other side of that coin is Boise State. They're also trying to ramp their way up for a playoff berth themselves. Master, Skeletons, Daimyo, KOS, and Prestige. All 5 of these players, we've seen them make waves before, but they also haven't really fully clicked outside of that one series. And here's that last chance for them to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, and reminder, both of these teams, their one win came against Ohio State, who has unfortunately found themselves going winless throughout this season. And we talk about Boise State and some of the issues that they've had throughout this split. We got a quote from the head coach of BSU, Kelsey. She said that both the league team and the VAL team got better. Right, the number of rounds / map wins in VAL can demonstrate that to a certain extent. But we talk about this a lot week to week, especially when you and I cover Boise games, which is that this is a very experienced lineup in the world of collegiate, right? And this is part of it. Master and Skies will both be graduating at the end of the semester. That is a very big chunk of your team. 2/5 of your team will be gone at the end of the semester. So this is your last chance to make playoffs. This is your last opportunity to show the entire world how good of a team you can be.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, end your collegiate experience on a very high note. That's the other side of it. You want to have more runs in the future. You want to be able to play more. It's something that a lot of, I think, collegiate players actually talk about is still wanting to continue to compete, especially when you know the end is so close. So for the Boise State squad, I want to see that come out in their own gameplay, maybe taking some of those risks, maybe taking some of those wider swings, those gamble plays that we know they can make. The makings are there for both squads, and I will always consistently stand by that. They had the right opportunities, but is it going to be enough to come together as a squad? We talk about the experience, as you said, seniors here for the school. Can they come together as a team and kind of pull themselves across that finish line to get that second series victory on that table? I mean, what do you think in there, Angel? Do we think this Boise State squad has that in them?
They absolutely do, right? Reminder, this was a team that made playoffs in the fall, right? We know that they're capable of it. We know that the 2 teams that they beat in the fall to get into playoffs were Ohio State and Utah. So it's not impossible for them to do it again. But it does require a lot of this team to be on point. And, we talk about Master and Skies, both graduating. Skies will not be playing, at least to start, in this series. Instead, I believe Prestige steps in instead. But I mean, this is a team in Boise State that has gone back and forth throughout many different games. They even took Maryville to a pretty close round count. I believe it was like 13-8 on both maps, which is ironically enough one of the closest games Maryville has had, if not the closest game Maryville had this semester. So there's got to be credit there. But this Utah team is not anything that should be counted out by any means.
No, and I think that's what both teams are here to prove, is that they deserve to make it to the playoffs on the maps that they have so chosen. We do have the maps available for your viewing pleasure. Maybe not as crazy as Abyss and Corrode, but a little bit more standard in that area. Haven will be starting off, as we saw in the previous series, but then it's 2 Breeze and Pearl, 2 maps that a lot of people have had a lot of issues with in the past, but for this series, look like some pretty good deciding maps to secure a series on.
I don't know how I feel about this Breeze pick. I feel like Boise State have been gravitating towards it. I just don't think I've ever seen them personally on it. So that's going to be an interesting map number 2 when we get there. But we got to start things off on Haven. It's Utah's own pick. And this is interesting. Double duelist out from Utah. Boise State sticking with the double controller with KOS on the Viper. But I don't know how I feel on the side of Utah about just the solo Clove Smokes in the hands of Onstage.
Yeah, it's a little bit dicey, especially on defense, and I mean you're kind of praying for the Killjoy to pick up a lot of that slack. Granted, there are some extra smokes with the Viper in there, but maybe not as powerful. So
but that's Boise State though. Utah, the problem
Utah
is there's no Viper to compensate.
Yeah, my eyes were mixed up there, and you're 100%
Yeah.
correct. So, playing on that attack side first, you know, hey, maybe you are leaning into this a little bit more for themselves. Will it be enough? It's a little different question as we get this first round moving. 4 aggressing on the long side, 1 in the lower, and Aston is the one to say hello, but Prestige sends some shots down that way, says thank you very much, sends a few more, unable to convert, so Aston gets that frag. Tempest putting out for the wings with a couple more, and it feels like for Utah, they're saying the not too many smokes is working in our favor right now. They see all and they'll mark all outside of one so far. KOS last one alive. Lalia will finish them off. Utah with a strong pistol.
And this is the Utah that you want to see. This is the underdog kind of story. And they can start things off super strong here, pistol in hand. You know, the onstage Clove is still under question, especially because we don't know what these rounds look like when onstage isn't alive. But if he can just absolutely murder his way through the Boise State defense, then I guess that point is moot.
I'm out of here.
Sometimes all you need is a good gun barrel. Tempest makes that a very physical lesson to be learned. Great orb pickup and a first blood. Now you can rotate back, maybe haul in a second.
Well, with the mid control that Utah have, you know, with Lolliot kind of holding this position, making sure there's no push. I say that just as onstage timing is betrayed and Master gets to even things up. Controller for controller, but now Utah kind of stuck because they're not really going to have much range on those remaining ruses.
Well, for right now, all corners checked here. Utah. This is a very simple one. Now moving back towards that garage, right side angle being looked at, and that's a sit-down moment. Very nice SMG. Master, though. Beautiful dink with that Sheriff. Looking for a second, can't find it, but is back to the safety standards. However, now you're stuck in this position of 3 aggressing on you. But it's a 1v1 when it comes to the hallway. Well played, Master on 3. Can you get a 4th? Yes, you can. Master popping off here. Can't get the ace, but it's close enough. Teammates being gifted a right opportunity, and Skelesis will make it a thrifty Boise State. Looking good for the MSI Thrifty.
Yeah. Boise State, go ahead, bring across the MSI Thrifty. Utah, that is not the round you want to lose, but it's entirely at the hands of Master. Gets 4 kills in the round, completely flips the momentum in their favor, and you can see it shows in the buys, right? Vandals across the board for Boise State, maybe 1 Guardian in there. But Utah only have 3 Sheriffs to work with, just hoping maybe an errant shot from Lolliot or Tempest will do the trick.
I mean, it's worked in the past, right? Those errant shots we've seen, a lot of monstrous plays come of it. I mean, specifically Master was the one that felt like they had an errant shot before. So, if it works out here, maybe it works out one more time for Boise State, though. This one nice and comfortably. Tempest says, you can do it, I can too. Beautiful first blood. Now they get to wander back once more. Utah, though, got to be aware of that C-long play. Daimyo has that marked off.
Yeah, and because of all the information that Daimyo has, deep C-long, it's going to kind of give a little bit more freedom for Skelesis to play back a little bit, wait to the team.
There they are.
That's a nice little mark there. Skelesis knows they should be walking in. 45 seconds left. Quick bolt on the side, but Prestige stands their ground and does the exact same once more. Boise State with a great 3-man lineup, ready to swing for that planter. Poor Prestige can't do much more. And it looks like Graham is just trying to do their best to gather one more of their own. It ain't gonna happen though. Prestige with the 3K. Beautiful work by Boise State.
Goes ahead. Tries his best at the 1v3. Unfortunately, Boise State, they secure that. Now they're anti-eco. And they move to their bonus. Utah will attempt to buy up. I think they just managed to get it across. Yeah, one Guardian in the hands of Lolliot. But Boise State, I mean, this is such a solid start. And with Daimyo on this Neon, I doubted it at first, but we're really starting to see the value that he can bring with the amount of space that he's willing to take over towards C.
Looking for a little bit more there. Because for Utah, you got to check the corners. They're almost expecting a harder push than this. But putting 2 towards garage and maybe giving themselves the best angle of sorts. First blood has yet to be meted. New spot around the corner though. Good orb, but KOS! Opportunity through the smoke, rips one away. Daimyo does the exact same, and Boise State looking better for this round. Through garage and C means that this positioning is no longer really comfortable, but A is also being pushed. Lolliot, Guardian frag out on Daimyo's head, is now going to try and sprint their way for that orb. Master shuts down garage, and a little bit of a revenge for themselves. Boise State turned the tables, and Utah's left on 1.
Yeah, and at that, Lolliot only 50 HP to work with here. Skelis is on that flank and ready. It's really just Lolliot against the world here. Now only 20 HP. Barely to his name. Koss goes and wraps around, gets the kill. Boise State extending that lead, keeping things under their control. This is what you want to see from them. Is now they get to have so much more room just financially to work, right? Everyone minimum $2,000 in the bank. Utah's forced down to another eco where the best they can really hope for is, again, some really good shots out of Onstage or Lolliot with the Sheriff.
As you said, Cred's working in their favor. Let's hope Boise State can continue this defensive maneuver. For Utah, though, they're trying, but Daimyo gets a freebie once more, it feels like. Great mark over there towards T-Spawn. This push is also kind of scary. Lolliot leaves their shoulder open, and Prestige takes advantage, and Daimyo marks down D1. This is Boise State starting to get a little bit comfortable in this matchup. It's looking better and better on the flyby. Great marks as Daimyo exits with a 4K, and it's a flawless for Boise State. Might have been an easy buy, but that's perfect for themselves.
Yeah, and for Utah, this is starting to get a little concerning here, right? You've led the last 4 in a row. You weren't able to convert the anti-eco in round 2.
Careful here. Careful here.
Things are going to start slipping away from you if you don't catch yourself. Tempest is opting for just the overdrive here in round number 6.
Maybe they're pacifists.
So it's going to be a heavy investment in terms of the ultimates. It seems they want to just go ahead and hit C. But we know Koss, he's going to be capable to hold.
Who's next?
Definitely going to try and do his best. However, that dimensional drift gives a lot of info out, and unfortunately, there's only so much you can do here. Great shots to cover their flank, though, and Boise State back-to-back cover leaves them in a little bit of weird spot. Prestige, though, locks out Tempest in a little weird crossfire situation on stage. Kind of flummox. Why did that occur? Master, though, poking their head out inside of sight. Marks down Lolliot coming around the corner into 2, but the barrels are not happy. Prestige follows up behind Master, who's gonna watch as that not dead yet is fully put into the ground, but Prestige is left looking, and Aston don't like these odds. Prestige will finish with a 4K, and Skelesis will finish the defusal. Boise State 5-1 here in map 1.
Yeah, it was a good idea from Utah. The execution, the idea was there. Unfortunately, it was just the minor details, right? Koss being able to stick into that site so well.
Need a drop.
Just play for his life,
Need a drop.
while the teammates who are rotating in provide excellent covering fire.
Go, go, go.
It gives Boise State the edge. And with those 2 big ultimates gone and out of the way, Utah back to the drawing board. They just have to hope that this hero rifle in the hands of Tempest will be enough.
Sometimes all you need is a hero. All you need is that one player to step up with that gun in hand, or maybe just a couple sheriffs. We've seen some damage be done that way as well. For Utah, though, the hero comes in many different forms. But running into a god is a whole different story. Odin revved up for the Sova. They're happy to hard spray down one corridor. You can hear it. For Utah, Loliet taking a very risky chance, which I like. Pushing their way out into sight. Snaps down the Owl Drone, but Skelesis locks Loliet away. First blood on a cheeky push. Gives Boise State the player advantage.
Yeah, it gives them that 5v4. And unfortunately, Utah, they haven't really developed the map much. And with Skelesis taking out another, it leaves Aston and Onstage in a very awkward position.
One enemy remaining.
Now it's just Graham. Poor Graham. A 1v5.
30 seconds left. Flawless.
Oh,
We are just too good.
Nope.
you know, big shout out to Kelsey, stating that, hey, you know, Boise State,
I'll tell you.
they've improved their League and Valorant teams across the entirety of the season. It's showing here. Master jamming out on the back end. Big chillin' for their match.
He's bumping the Spotify tunes right now. At that point, it's whatever you got to do to keep the vibes up, you know? You're on such a good run right now. You forced a timeout out from Utah. And to be fair, Utah's timeouts, they have been successful. We do know how much value they've gotten from these timeouts historically. But do they get another one?
I think for Utah with this timeout, they'll get something. We've seen Utah be able to bounce back after some of these timeouts. They feel comfortable with calling it, and maybe they're identifying, hey, look, a couple players are pushing a little bit too easily. They have way too much freedom and getting access to our side. You know, maybe we need to default a little bit harder. Who knows? A lot of question marks up in the air for Boise State. Maybe they're just playing off of pure vibes. Sometimes you can't really vibe check an opponent.
Maybe. I think this also serves as a good opportunity to improve your own vibes, right? If you lose 6 in a row, chances are your vibes aren't that great. Kind of hoping for someone to step up, make a hero play to turn the momentum around. Sometimes that hero is the coach. So Utah 3 ultimates online. 2 of them countering the other 2 in the hands of Boise State. That not dead yet from Onstage. That could be huge here in round number 8.
Charles comes back. The Master is just straight up swinging out here and B mid. I mean, that was very bold. I have no other words for it. Boise State get first blood and immediately retreat back to the defensive standard.
That they do.
Oh, on stage was spotted. Great little pick. 1-2. Now Prestige is going to wait on the wings. On stage. Get flushed out of that corner. Force onto the other side. Daimyo on the other side locks out Aston with an operator. I don't know if the team is able to help out Skelesis with the hard spray. Down goes Tempest on stage, going to fall off stage. With the one left away, it's a flawless second in a row.
Not ready yet.
Yeah. 2 back-to-back flawless rounds from Boise State. They don't seem like stopping anytime soon. In 8 rounds, Master's gone 10-5. 4 ultimates online for Boise State. One of them being that Viper's Pit, which we know how oppressive it can be. Koss is running an op on Viper. That's how successful this Boise State defense is.
I mean, when was the last time we really saw a plant go down? That's the big question here. Hard chase. As you said, the operator in Koss's hand is just outrageous. As on stage is deleted. Straight through garage it was. Now Daimyo ready to do the same, step a little bit closer. Hallway is being used. Overdrive is followed up on. And down goes Tempest. However, Loliet shuts down Master on that frag out. And this spawn camp is a whole different story. Good job by Utah to punish that over-aggression. However, Skelesis is ready to go with that Odin, and it's too easy to rip through a few more bodies. Boise State, 3v1.
Prestige turret brought Loliet right into his crosshair. Boise State now an 8-1 lead, thanks in part to that Odin from Skelesis. This seems like a Boise State that's not messing around anymore. You know, I think we saw a lot of them throughout the start of the spring that made us think they were a vibes first team. But if this is what they look like when they're locked in, I think they could do some mean damage in the playoffs. That being said, this is the team they have to get through first, Utah, and they're trying to make a statement while they're doing it.
I mean, that's another statement. Aston starting to kind of gun check Master here. Says, you're not getting away with that 3 times in a row. Gonna get one in the ladder. It's gonna be one of the fastest rushes we've seen. Odin fully being utilized, but Skelesis inside the smoke could not see what they were aiming at. Very nicely done by Utah to maintain a 5 players up. Will they be able to keep everyone though? Boise State has some very nice retake options. Well, they just lost one of them. Prestige taps out Lolliot. Very nice job.
The problem
Are they
is
willing to
Daimyo's on
use
it
that
all.
lockdown though is a big question. I don't think so. No. In they wander. There's a shot number 1, 2. Only gets the body. No major kills. Up goes that hallway once more. Electricity back and forth. And Daimyo might be looking for an exit frag of their own. At this point, Utah saying thank you very much. They'll grab their second of the half.
They have time.
Wait. Good job by Tempest. There we go. Clearing it out. No worries.
You're done.
I was like, surely Daimyo doesn't just get away with that. No. Utah grab a long-awaited for second round here on the attack side of Haven. And at the very least, it gives them something here. The big key in that round was Aston shutting down Master. Lolliot finding value in the server, which is something that he's struggled with doing, right? Sometimes Lolliot will be that first death, and that's a very hard situation for Utah to come back from.
Who's next? Extremely so. There's the tap. Daimyo out front and center. Locks away 2 or 3 and then dashes straight into on stage.
This way.
How a single player can rip apart an entire squad, I do not know. And passing like ships in the night. D1 couldn't do anything. Daimyo. Look at the player. He even's like, I don't know what I just did.
Go, go, go.
Boise State pops off for their 9th.
That
Gotta go.
was, I think, single-handedly the most mechanically impressive thing we've seen all day
Go, go,
from
go.
Daimyo. Gotta give him credit where credit is due. We're now in the last round of the half, round number 12. Utah, they've got the weaponry, but the only ultimate they have to rely on is that lockdown in the hands of Aston. It's all 5 out mid. Ready and waiting.
You should run.
Gonna cycle into another lockdown being used here in the B side. Just trying to get some sort of plan going for themselves. It's been tough. Now another Hunter Theory coming out. Being used to snipe on stage. Looking for yet another. No players attained by the attacking side, but the defending side, be a whole different story. Eyes in the center as Lolliot finishes one more off, and now you are detained. You will be fodder for this Odin Skelesis. Pulling a Daimyo, if you will. Different gun swap out here. Over to the Vandal. This is Boise State saying we only got to get 2 more. Can we wander in at the same time? Aston says, no, you better bring more guns to the battle. Good taps on the side of the arm. No finish is made. Another plant, though. It's difficult. You haven't been able to get on site just yet. And there's a nice shot, but Skelesis looking the other way. KOS has their back as that's the finish. Boise State end the half on 10.
Switching sides.
Double digits on the half for Boise State, admittedly. They do not have a 100% success rate at converting 10-2 halves. However, that was also against Winter, who hadn't lost a map until Maryland. So, Utah, their work is cut out for them, but it's not impossible. They just have to get online. It's been a all-around struggle for all these players on the Utah side.
Time to jump.
Now's their chance to do it. Lolliot, Sheriff and Hand pushing down mid.
I mean, once again, kind of blatant there, but Boise State starting to check him. Lolliot, 1v1's out Prestige. Shot for their own. Mark number 1, but now they chase in Boise State, taking a chance on C. Sees 1 in the back line, expects 2, but now notices a 3rd. Doesn't want to take that chance, backs away. B site clear, they will take their chances there instead. Rotating the teammate around, but Master clears 1. Tempest is down. C site only occupied by 1 more. Master on a clearing mission, taking out the Ants. Cockroaches beware. Master is stomping everyone that they see this round, and it is a ridiculous show of its own. There's another tap as 1 more is around the corner. Daimyo right clicks, helps out in the extermination process, and that is wild to watch. Utah kind of wondering what just happened as Master went on a streak and a half as Boise State are on 11.
Boise State just look unstoppable. I was thinking about it. This is the Boise State we've been expecting since week 1 of the fall. And the fact that they finally showed up here in the last week of the spring in a do or die series to get them to playoffs.
Sometimes magic comes in many forms. The right time to pull out that magic is when the pressure is high. You want to send your graduating members off with a very solid memory. This is one way to do it. Boise State taking things nice and slow. Yes, they have the guns, but they don't want to throw it away. Couple taps, no more info granted, so Boise State might wander on back, but rotating that spike over to A long. Wonder how this push is gonna go.
Nothing given over just yet. They want to go for it. Deep into the A site. D1 holds, waits, buys as much time as possible while onstage grabs 2 in the smoke. It's that 3-on-3, and some weapons have been collected. It's a little scary now, as it's at 1v2. Aston finds his way to turn it to even numbers.
Even is as even does. I'm wondering why Aston's rotating out. That spike is still over there on that A side. Here comes the long con. Haul all the way to A long. Try and bamboozle out the opponent. Aston
Koss still hasn't planted.
No, he hasn't. Now he finally goes. He's getting a little bit worried and he's going to be lost out on the sauce. KOS needs to look behind him, but they have the smoke covering and they peek out. Koss says, timer, what timer? I got that round win. Map point for Boise State.
It really does just feel like Boise State can do no wrong. I think for sure, Koss, you know, he's playing the timer, trying to get Aston to peek out, but Aston's on this lurk all the way around the world. It doesn't look like Koss is expecting it for even 1 second. But then he peeks through his own teammate's smoke. Boom. Takes care of Aston. Match point Boise State on Utah's map pick.
Let's see if it works. Aston waiting on the back, needs a little bit of backup. Solo here with almost no weaponry, but makes it happen. 1 shot, at least first blood. 4v4 position. Boise State. Owl drone denied. Utah might be going with a little bit less info. However, that spray was good. Daimyo, 11 HP. He's still kicking. All you need is 1 HP.
Gotta go.
Really get a shot off. Utah waiting. All utility broken. It's pretty much down to the straight up gun duel. That's what they're gonna look for. Utah have got the push. 2-2 entry. Connector being pushed first. Master locks down the other entrance. And that's KOS and Master to bounce between each other. And Boise State will take map 1.
Boise State, a statement made in their own right. 13-2 on Utah's map pick to start us off in this series. Quite literally a masterclass, by the way.
I think this day has been full of surprises, right? A lot of our expectations have been shattered so far. So, big question now, Angel, do we see it again? Do we get to see expectations shattered once more?
Well, let's see, right? If we're playing the expectation game, the expectations in the first series was that it was going to be really close. Maryville kind of walked away with it. Expectation in the second series was that it was going to be pretty close. Maybe Boise State was favored, but it was going to be pretty close. Boise State just steamrolled on map 1. So now you're thinking, well, then they should steamroll on map 2 because it's their own pick, right?
Right?
I'm not going to say what's going to happen anymore. That's just the expectation. That's it.
All right. We're setting up expectations. We'll hold it there. We'll hold it there before we cast the curses anymore tonight. Angel, we'll leave it at that point. However, give credit where credit is due. Boise State living up to what they said. The stats do not lie. They have gotten better throughout the season. I hope that they can continue to do so. But for Utah, it's now time to bounce back and fight for your playoff hopes and dreams. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, it's more Division I Valorant to go ahead and round out Week 7. Don't go anywhere.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Let's go take some turns. A common phrase at a university at the foot of some of the best snow-covered mountains in the world. Another common phrase on the University of Utah campus, unsurpassed societal impact. Sure, it's lofty, but it motivates the care in our hospitals, the research in our labs across campus, and the real-world applications of our breakthroughs. Innovation and impact. It's what you get from a university that is always looking up.
belong here. They paint the world in black and white, it's confusing. I wanna let them know that I'm something else. I don't care what you say of me, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between your type. Don't think, just fall in line. What's the point of living life if it ain't even mine? All the best things I know sit in the void and makes me wanna scream that I'm something else. I don't care who I'm meant to be, 'cause I'm someone else. This is what happens between
Not what we expected for that first game, but definitely what Boise State were hoping for. They came out of the gates swinging in more ways than one, and I can only say that for Kelsey, I'm sure they saw this on the horizon, looking so dang strong moving into our next map, which I do believe is Breeze.
Yes, Breeze, Boise State's own pick at that. We have been shocked, I think, by map number 1. I'm still in shock.
It kind of flew right by us at that point. It's just
really
like,
did. Like, that map was over, I think, about as fast as it started, really, is what ended up happening. And the fact that we are now talking about Boise State doing the exact same thing they just did on Ohio's map pick, I think that's a little scary for Ohio's, or for, I said Ohio's map pick. No. Boise State's map pick is Breeze. Utah's map pick was Haven. And we are now about to see what feels like Boise State 13-2 again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, keep cast cursing it. It'll work, I promise. We are going to continue to see things come true, and
Does it
so
count
much
if I
so.
get the names wrong? I don't know.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the gods and the gods of Valorant decide to do. But taking a look at Breeze, a little bit more open space to work with. However, obviously with the changes towards that mid, it's allowed more defined corridors of action, and we've seen a lot of teams divert still towards that A side, especially on the attacking side. Still working and pushing their way through. It's yielded some pretty good angles for themselves. Do we see that happen here, or do we assume Boise State will feel very comfortable on that defensive end? That's, I think, my big question at the end of the day is, Boise State, do they come out swinging, or does it take them a little bit to ramp up, even if it's their map pick?
Well, here's the thing about Breeze, and why Breeze is such a insane map to pick, is think about Breeze kind of as like the Reyna of maps, where a lot of it just comes down to you out-aiming your opponent.
True.
In any given fight. We just saw Boise State out-aim Utah on Haven. Utah would make the right call. They would have a really good read. They would play the map correctly. Boom! Master has a sheriff. 4K immediately, rounds over.
Yeah.
If Breeze, knowing what we know about Breeze, knowing how much of an aim duel Breeze is, if that's the same way, it's really hard to make a case for Utah.
I think also with Utah starting off on that defensive end, it's going to be a little bit tough for them as well. It's going to be up a creek a little bit, and we also have to talk about the fact that for Utah, I believe on their attacking side, you mentioned it, they ran without too many smokes. It was a single smoke on that clove, which even the clove is a little bit difficult. I feel like those smokes and those eye pathways being cut off is even more important on Breeze, especially on the defensive end. You need to focus fire that. So if we're looking at Breeze, what do you want to see run out of Utah here on the defensive end to start?
I want at least a Viper. They get that. I'm fine. They're running the Viper and the Clove, which I think is fine. It's actually mirror comps on both sides.
Yeah, pure mirrors this time. I was looking at that too. I was like, wow.
Yeah, so it's really about, in terms of this kind of controller, how much value you can get on your defaults, right? You're gonna see more often than not that Viper always using that utility, specifically the Koss, who's on the attack right now. That wall's probably always going to be up over towards that A side of the map. So it's really about what you can find as the Clove. In Boise State's case, it's Master to help the team play through mid.
Well, Daimyo opening up with a strong one on stage. Rips him right back, and when it comes to the pistol, everyone has a little bit of fun, but the jumping shots give Boise State so much more control in the current flank. Outside in mid, one left alive, but 3 left alive inside. Very controlling for Boise State as they're looking to lock down the last 2. Master, here's a couple shots ring out. Aston on the right side flank for Master, who sees all and knows all. It's just another frag. First one for them here in this map.
You know, the current meta is double duelist on the vast majority of maps.
I like you guys
and
a
I
lot
think this
better
is a meta
when
that
don't
helps
lose.
Boise State so much because we know just how strong Master can be as a player. And Daimyo's Neon has been very, very surprising to me. I was not expecting his Neon to look this good. But the fact that we now get to see these two in tandem play as aggressive as they've been playing and it working,
Salamat, thanks.
that gives you a lot of hope for what Boise State can do.
He's able to do a little bit more now. Anti-eco ahead, and poor Lolliot has no other choice but to step away. Multiple footsteps all the way around, bouncing out and around, and Tempest marks one on the side. 1 HP for Lolliot, though. Whole different story on that side. Skelesis just one away. Very, very comfortable shot there, but still 3v4 Utah. Able to fight back a little bit more. Full conversion, though. Boise State now on that retake defense. Just need one good shot on Lolliot. You see an arm step out. One too many shots, though, as you miss out, and that's D1 going down as KOS lines them all up. Third shot for the 3K. One more to go as Boise State turn a 3v4 into a 2v1. Smooth action as Tempest. It's right back. We're down to a 50-50. One more steps out. KOS rips it on a 4K. Boise State maintain 2-0.
This is what we talk about with Boise State. Listen, it doesn't matter if Utah get the first 2 picks. It doesn't matter if it's a 3v5. Doesn't matter if you have the numbers going into the retake. Someone's getting a 4K. If it's Master, cool. If it's KOS, cool. If it's Prestige, cool. If Daimyo responds with 3 of his own, so be it. It's how Boise State have gotten rounds on the board before. It's how they're going to continue to do it. Now they're going to sit at a bonus where their bonus is 3 members of their team having a Vandal.
Well, for right now, it's a whole other story. Quick taps out, though. Boise State take a very interesting look into this site. Frag out for D1, gets one as 3 rock the other side. Lollian on stage. Off screen, make moves. Utah, shell shock Boise State. Yes, it's that bonus, but they're hoping to get more than that. Just one. Skelesis really hoping for a chance here. I mean, they can make it happen, but it's a little bit of an uphill challenge. Just stepping away, maybe looking towards that B site instead.
Unfortunately, in order to get there, he's either going to have to exchange a fair bit of the clock or cross paths with Aston. Either way, not going to be an enjoyable time. And Lolliot has also kind of read the rotation. is placed at the B site as a backup plan while the 3 other players for Utah still get to sit on A.
30
You're stuck
seconds
in a
left.
rock and a hard place here, Skelesis. Maybe if you can sneak away that kill onto Aston, things become doable, but...
It's tough, but you have an option. Skelesis now trying to sprint around the side, but D1 very much awake and ready to fight. Sova v Sova action lands it to Utah. We got the standard of Valorant played out in the opening 3.
Yeah, textbook Valorant comes through. Boise State not able to convert the bonus this time, so Utah much better chance, on much better form too. We're not seeing a bunch of first deaths from this team like we saw before. It's much more balanced in terms of the kill feed. Everyone's making an impact.
Rush on in.
Still goes fast into mid. Lolly, it might not be aware of Daimyo in the smoke.
Daimyo isn't aware of Lolly either. Walks back. Viper wall. Utilize cover, and now you sprint on out. Lolly with a great spray down. 2 as they swap the Master's head, but they can't get much further than that. KOS brings up the rear as Utah are the ones left wandering. And in this gun duel of heat in the mid, it's left in a 2v3. Utah, are they going to be able to clutch out?
They're suffering from hero syndrome there. Couldn't quite be content with the advantage. Trying to play for more. Aston, it's a huge kill to even things out, turn things into the 2-on-2. But Boise State, they're going to be able to plant that spike. And it's going to be a good long while before Onstage can get over to the B side of the map. So there's going to be plenty of time taking off this spike.
Right here.
Skelesis holding a pixel. Really hoping to see a body, and a little bit late to that swing. Not like I could hit that either. Jeez, that was a very tight window. For Utah, quick walk in though. A lot of footsteps being made and heard. It was ready, good orb, but Skelesis had a beautiful read. Now it scans straight in, no chance to play. Skelesis rocks it out. Exceptional defense.
If you're not
on
a
that
good shot today,
retake defense
don't
side.
worry.
Well
There
done,
are
Boise
other
State,
ways to be
3-1.
useful.
Boise State, a great lead, great opportunity to continue finding success here on this map. Utah, they're still going to have that bye, and the big kind of key thing to look at is going to be what Lolliot can get done with this dimensional drift. Feels like he wants to use it early.
Wow. And Daimyo on stage though, oh my lord, I was about to catch my breath, but on stage takes it out once more. Quick 2-2 exchange with on stage very much alive. That's going to feel real good. Spike still held though. East side completely open, and you see a gun barrel. Oh, Aston spotted. Prestige will be able to walk away. No information granted on the inside. There's the tap. Prestige, beautiful work. And now you're going to convert over to the CT spawn as well. Utah now have to be worried about multiple entry points being covered. For Boise State, it's an easy plant towards B once more.
Yeah, and look at how far Prestige is up. On stage isn't ready for this at all.
One enemy remaining.
Prestige. That's so mean. There are levels. There are levels to the mind games that are being played right now.
Yeah, there's levels that even we haven't reached yet.
No.
Okay, that's how strong Boise State is right now.
Right here.
It's forced Utah to yet another save. And we are on the verge of seeing very similar score lines to what we saw just one map ago.
And I can only imagine it's going to get even better. Daimyo stepping up to the forefront once more. Trying to open up for Prestige. Says it's all mine. They took a chance on us. We'll take a chance on you. Hard clear of that left side corner. And A site this time will be successfully beaten over. Utah completely taken aback by how quickly the site was overrun. Now left with a 2-1 split. 2 trying to come through double doors, and I don't think they're really going to like those odds considering the weaponry they currently have in hand.
Get lost.
Pops out Daimio 1.
Yep.
Aston able to rip one away, but
Player
gonna get more. Master says no. And Boise State, with the right call, keep 3 alive to push their lead to 4.
And Boise
Pick something
State
nice to kill
just
them with. It's the
continuing
least we can do.
their show here. All 5 ultimates now online. Expect to see Utah really try and fight for this round considering how the momentum's been. Aston does have that Viper's Pit available on stage. Not dead yet. They've been sitting on it for a while now. Boise State, though, they have just as many options to respond, if not more, considering their Hunter's Fury is ready.
Oh, here comes a run. Quick run out as on stage yet again, taking a very precarious swing. They've tried this once or twice. Tempest on stage. What a rip on stage, trying to get that not dead yet, but is now going to force the rest of Boise State away. Viper's Pit being used to cordon off B site. So it will be a hold by Utah. Keeping everyone kind of managed, but we're in a 4v4. Where do they decide to go here? Boise State kind of taking options, but Tempest is about to test his mid instead, and call Skelis out. Great frag number 1.
3v4. Utah, they have that player advantage.
One enemy
For
remaining.
them, with Lolly and D1 finding those 2 kills. And the last position known, Utah, they've done it. It only costed them, what, 3 ults? And if that, considering Onstage is not dead yet.
Gotta go.
I mean, I will say, that's a pretty solid investment to get a round. Like, if you're going to invest 3 ults, get a good round, keep people alive, you take that all day long, especially with a mental reset as well. Stop the push. Stop this round of 3. Now let's see if Boise State can take it back. They don't want to allow this kind of repeat consistency out of Utah. Lolliot, though, getting a lot of confidence here. Quick tap out, but then another clone bopped. A lot of information given over the Boise State side as they're still lurking. Prestige catches Lolly unawares. Drone goes up, but KOS knocks down Tempest. For Utah, they're a little bit lost in the sauce. Alleyway being used on stage. Read like a book. Master rips him apart, and it's down to 2 alive. Utah. Where did it all go wrong? Aston marks Prestige down in that lurk position, but both split 1 in CT. One of his cubby. Aston is the last one alive in a 3v1. So far, they've gotten a few kills. Can they get one more? Sees a body. Gets some damage down. Not the finish that you want, and now forced to play close proximity. One of the worst nightmares for someone in a 1v3 clutch position. I mean, they're going to take their time, I think, which Master, a little bit jittery there, says, I ain't going to take the chance out in the open.
No. And this is such a rough spot for Aston. You talk about mental resets and what Utah was able to do in round number 7. Well, here we are, round number 8, Boise State. It looks like they weren't phased at all. Just kept doing what works. Found 2 on the entry.
Anyone have funds to spare? Anyone have
And
funds
Utah,
to
they're back to the drawing board. Scrambling together for a bye.
Damn it, thanks.
You can see Tempest has to rely on the overdrive.
Who's
next? 100%. For Utah, a little bit of an uphill battle, but they have the makings of it. Daimio, though, wasting no time in saying, listen, if we're going to take it out with a bang, we're going to rip it back in our favor. We are going to do it very, very quickly. Aston out of toxicity, but for Boise State, all hands on deck. Daimio stifled in the electrical moves, but Prestige answers right back. Utah keeping this fast and furious, but KOS blows past them in the quarter mile. Tempest now rushing for their own, but can they get a little bit further? Yes, they do. Zappa down. Seals just drops that spike. Master with a great refrag. And Utah have lost so many. D1 nearly makes a comeback, But thankfully, KOS was on the other side of the map, and in a chaotic round, Boise State make their way to 7.
Yeah. Boise thriving in the chaos. They get things done. And UU. Again, the struggles continue. Still trying to grab that 3rd round. Lolliot hero buying their way up to a Phantom. As 3 players push out A main trying to get that space, but look who's on the other end.
The one, the only master.
Go.
Saying this is how it's done. Tempest hard chase those, saying I'm ready to play. Taking these 1v1s as bold as ever. Boise State though with no major ultimates there, saying let's just go for speed. Daimyo hops their way straight through B main, ready to chase on, but everyone kind of packing this right side corner. They locked one away, they're gonna send 2 after him and a scatter around the side. Aston denied any further aggression here in this round. Lolliot still holding it down for their own, able to rip a second away before falling, and that gives time for on stage to make their mark. Tempest coming through that smoke. One of the best opportunities, Utah, to get around for themselves. Boise State, though, still need to drop that plant, and it's going to take a little bit. Prestige needs to be given a little bit of a helping hand.
Yeah, this is kind of the rough spot in the round because Utah, they don't have that weaponry advantage, so they have to kind of let Boise State get the plant here, recollect themselves. Don't want to overface, at least not yet. Not until the retake needs to get started.
30 seconds left.
KOS secured this.
Oof. KOS smart play. KOS has done this before, and they're looking to do it one more time. Taking a look at their flank once more. Saying no dice. You know 2's coming from that CT spawn. A little bit of a split. Utah gonna take this one nice and slow, but Prestige says no dice. Better roll again. It's a 2-piece combo for that clove. Boise State moving to a 6-round lead.
And man, Boise State. Last time it was Master on an absolute tear. This time it's the double controllers and KOS and Prestige. 2v3 doesn't matter. Mop it up. Keep both of them alive.
See if Boise State can keep up that pressure. 2 more rounds so this half is finished. Tempest, first of their own, didn't really want that wall to go up, but it is going to block their vision. For the time being, though, you're looking towards that east side. Really hoping no one comes around, but you look away at the wrong time. But Prestige holds their trigger. Now they get themselves away because Tempest reaches out for first play, gets a second and behind. E1 makes it a 3rd, so Prestige is going to try this, not dead yet. However, you're in the middle of the enemy crossfire, spraying through the box. Do you get it? No, you don't. Shorting around the corner, Lolliot saves their teammate. Skelesis gets 1 in return, but a 2v4 is difficult. 50 seconds left. KOS, however, has made miracles out of nothing before. Throws that wall one more time, blind it out, tries to pre-fire. Great tap, number 1. Ain't no way. Lolliot does the same, 2 HP on Skelesis in a dream. And Aston melts them in the acid. Well played by Utah as they're able to get a 3rd.
Last round in
For the
the
first
half.
time in this series, Utah climb their way to a 3rd round in the map. Boise State still a very strong lead, but there is still hope for Utah. If that 3rd round, it gives them a bunch more room to work with compared to before if it was 10-2. They have a chance to grab a 4th as well, considering the buys are even. Ultimate's just about even as well, considering Boise State can really only use that Viper's Pit once the spike is planted.
Oh, Master and Skelesis. What a 2-man tango to take out 2 of the team. D1 able to refrag, but it's still a 3v4. For Lolliot with a great TP back, recognizing that there's going to be a rotate. Can you catch them off guard? Daimyo covering a lot of those corners and ready to reach around the side, but alert and catch Lolliot, though. Still makes it difficult. However, that clear is good. 3v2. 1-for-1 trade out is not that bad. Out goes that alleyway. Now you recognize D1 in the far back side. Split a little bit through doors and all. Daimyo not checking their left. They're going to dash on in. Catch one in the drone. Well played and called out. And with Daimyo's loss, Skelesis picks it up. That's 9 to end this half. Boise State maintains 6 above.
Yeah, they keep themselves 6 positive. Working their way towards a playoff berth. It'd be both times they enter playoffs as that 6th seed. However you make it happen.
I mean, I'm sitting here just wondering exactly what they're going to really play for Utah. Feels like, especially in a mirror matchup, it's so difficult to pull one over your opponent. Maybe by the speed at which they play will give them an advantage. Opening strat, headed towards that B side into mid. I like this call, but Daimyo reads them. Might not be fast enough on the trigger finger, though. Master able to help out. Slow down Utah. On stage. Getting that overheal. Checking the B-side connector as they reach around the corner, but Skelesis proceeds. We're waiting for them. Lolliot makes it messy. 2v2 to sit. But Utah, 2 in the mid. Well, Boise State still keeping one on B site, really making sure to lock down at least one of the sites before sending one on a little bit of a trial mission here.
One enemy
Spot them, Master, great wait.
Mid.
With a spike down now.
I got the spike.
Problem, TP ready to go. Yeah. Master coming around the corner, and Master catches them in the air. Master with the 3K gives Boise State the pistol.
And again, this is what we saw so strong out of Master, was that defense side on Haven. Now he's back in his comfort side of the defense, waiting for attackers to push into his line of sight. Taking those opportunities, peeking at perfect moments. That's what he does best. And Boise State, they have to give this up. There's not really a world where they force buy into this, considering they don't have a spike plant to work with.
Right here.
It's a tough call. Utah just trying to bide their time. Guys, where can we go? Can we look for at least a frag? I think they can. I mean, they made some magical moments here. But for Master, who has been on one, really making sure to be at the forefront for this team. Even if they're not always the top fragger, they are consistently making what feels like these heroic plays. Recon doesn't get any info, so on stage are walking in a little bit blind here. Tempest ready to roll. Utah, snap onto 3. I said it before and I'll say it again. The magic has been made by this Utah squad.
Spike planted.
Now will they be able to keep it 2v5? In other words, a 5v2. Boise State left with 2 alive. Utah just going, man, we made it happen. Daimyo takes one back. KOS does the same, and they know 3 are left on site. It'll be a frontal battle. KOS, Bulldog ripping them apart.
No way. 2v5?
I mean, listen, it's these 2 and they do a Daimyo. Locks them away. There it is. Boise State with 2 clear 5 and bring about one of the most destructive rounds we've seen this series.
You're welcome. Go, go, go.
I'm at a loss. It was a 2 versus 5. Utah did everything right until the very end. They just couldn't play the time. Boise State didn't give them the chance.
I'm stunned. I don't know how you recover for that. I'm not gonna lie.
No. You have to start now. You have to just mental reset. You have the better weaponry now. Boise State's on their bonus.
I mean, it has to come from a little bit more confidence as well. You did everything as you said right in the beginning. But now you can't let that get to you. Now you got the guns, the Master riding the high of the previous round. Ready to go on this Euro. Great snap, first blood. Mid now being covered by Skelesis. inside of the smoke at least. Recon, good tap out. Skelos is waiting with that pistol still. Now going out with that drone. It's dropped early. That's 2 sounds being made. This gives all the position in the world for that crossfire. Master doesn't want to take that chance. Tempest opens up Utah, saying, guys, let's give it a go, but KOS ready to go instead on site. B site will be held, at least for the moment. D1 comes around from main. Aston does the same, and Utah bring it to a 2v2. It's not a 2v5, so maybe they feel a bit more confident here. Boise State, though, ready to go with a possible outflanking maneuver.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Aston.
Oh, nice.
Saw Skelesis, or at the very least got the read. This gives Utah so much more of a chance. Look, Aston aiming for Daimyo. No, the timing.
Enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
Daimyo's ready to try and bait this one out. Dashes once, twice, looking for a third, and sees the body, but D1 steady on that trigger. Utah is still in this one. It's a long uphill journey. That's 1 round of many that they need to secure.
What a time to step up for D1. Battling against match point, series point at that, playoff point at that. Boise State still haven't claimed it just yet. Instead, it's going to be another situation where it's almost perfect buys across the board for both teams, except for one weapon. Daimyo's overdrive compensating for Boise State.
That's one way to rip the control right back in your favor. Daimyo takes a quick lap around the site and says, "Ah, that wasn't far enough." Looks into the cubby side and says, "Now through the mid." Utah, where do you decide to go? On stage, lights up one on site. Well played on the Utah end. Skelesis, I think on stage, look a little bit shifty. In the 3v3, Boise State have the HP bars. Will they be able to pull it off? KOS, double doors. Checking and looking. Make sure to cover all the corners. Good line of sight, though, from Box, and KOS completely in on site. Poison on the back end. Forces D1 out in the open. And that's KOS to lock him away. Down to a 1v1. You have to have a good imagination of where Tempest currently is. You wait. Good tap. Oh, look behind you. Is this going to happen? There it is. And you catch Tempest with the knife out. That puts KOS on a 3K plus series point. Boise State, one more round to go to the playoffs.
It's all they need. 5 kills separate Boise State from the playoffs right now. They have the ult from KOS, who's absolutely stepped up here on map 2 of Breeze. 20-5 in 16 rounds. Absolutely wonderful scenes from him.
Utah, last chance, one-way set up. They're ready to go to fight for their lives. Are they going to get it? Daimyo shuts it down. Daimyo knew the neon tactic and said no dice whatsoever. Shut down on the entrance, and that's a huge initiation tool lost. Utah now wondering what the heck are they going to do. Prestige locks out their counterpart as well. Is this the mirrors being broken? Is this Boise State saying, please give it to us? Skelesis takes out Aston, and it's one left alive. D1, magic not made. Boise State in a commanding 2-0 move to the playoffs.
They've done it. After weeks of struggle, Boise State have found themselves in the playoffs. We talk about expectations, you know, Cloric over at Maryville did himself say he wished to play Boise State in the playoffs, and his wish will be granted. They make it just barely across the line as that 6th seed. But for the 2nd split in a row, Boise State have made it to playoffs.
Hey, it took a lot of action and it took a lot of heart throughout this season. They were beaten down but never out. and they have made their magic happen here today, and in one of the most dominating fashions. We have to give credit, because we saw the fight coming out of Utah. We saw that they were trying their hardest, but it just wasn't enough. It felt like Master really came together with the rest of the team, and I don't know what clicked, but for BSU, this is a squad that you got to be a little bit scared of now. And I do want to correct myself. I said that they would be facing off against Maryville. No, with how this setup goes, first and second get a bye. So I do believe if they're sitting at the 6th seed, they'd be playing the 3rd seed instead. Even then, BSU, I mean, this looks extremely promising for them. And I gotta say, Angel, comparatively to what we saw, BSU, they've really boosted our confidence in them.
Well, and that's interesting in itself, right? Not only does Boise State give them a little confidence boost, but also that means that they'd be on the same side of the bracket, like, as I believe Winthrop, not Maryville. If I
We'd have to double check that.
If I did my math correctly, but then again, there's something to be said about doing math on broadcast. There's a cliche about that somewhere, but
yeah.
We talk about Boise State and the success that they were able to put together here. I mean, that can't be understated. And now, considering they don't have to play against Maryville, they just have to play against the 3rd seed. I mean, there's a chance for them to go on a little run.
It really is, and I hope to see it happen. I mean, listen, Cinderella stories are stories for a reason, but they can become reality very, very quickly. With all eyes on BSU after that amazing performance, we'll also get a word from one of their players, as well as we'll have an interview very shortly with them to see how they felt that final series went and how they feel about now making playoffs here in Div 1 Valorant. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. Because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Let's go take some turns. A common phrase at a university at the foot of some of the best snow-covered mountains in the world. Another common phrase on the University of Utah campus: unsurpassed societal impact. Sure, it's lofty, but it motivates the care in our hospitals, the research in our labs across campus, and the real-world applications of our breakthroughs. Innovation and impact. It's what you get from a university that is always looking up.
Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Firing shots, high caliber round. If you know what's best, then you better get down. Down. Get down. Down. Better get down. Down. Get down. I wanna see you get to the ground. You're being held up by the UK sound. Firing shots, high caliber round. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber round. Then you better get down. High caliber.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with an interview with the one, the only Daimyo, the Neon that kind of took lightning from the storm and ran with it. Very impressive run here on the series today, and also cinching a place in playoffs. So Daimyo, welcome to the desk. I gotta ask you, how does it feel now? You were playing for that playoff berth and you have finally secured it. Does it feel like a weight's off your shoulder, or do you feel like the work's just beginning?
Honestly, it's always like work's just beginning. We assume we should be in playoffs. I think all of us as a team think we're good enough to be a playoff team. We were in playoffs last split, so we assumed we'd be here. Yeah, I'd say so. No, nothing too crazy.
All right, let's kind of dive into this split as a whole before we talk about this match, right? Obviously, it was a rough start to the split. You guys had a couple close games here and there. I think you guys even, hold the record for the closest game against Maryville out of any school.
That's pretty crazy, actually.
For the spring. I think you guys took the most rounds off of Maryville in an entire series compared to any other school. But there was just some struggles from you guys of just closing out maps. So I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that and what was kind of the conversations in the team like about that throughout the split.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have had a lot of close series so far. I think we've lost 1, 2, like 3 times in this Division 1 split, but we took it as not as losses. We took it as like 1, progress, and 2, really good learning experiences, because 1, like some of these teams we played against last semester, like for example Stony Brook was a really good example. We like absolutely got smoked by them first split, and like we just played them last week and we lost only like 1, 2. And yeah, like to your point, closing maps is definitely something we've been talking about as a team. So a lot of the learning experiences we've had from playing versus those teams we're trying to work on closing it out versus them in playoffs, which will be hopefully a good test for us. Yeah.
Well, and we talk about playoffs, right? And this is something that's very interesting regarding your team. This is not the final, but it is in some ways a very big kind of push and hurrah for you guys, considering it's Master and Skies both graduating after this semester.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, obviously, there's going to be a kind of want to go far, but like, what does that feel like to you personally as being one of the younger guys on this team now trying to deliver for some of your seniors?
Young? Man, I'm 22. Yeah, no, I really hope that we do good in playoffs. I mean, hey, if we like make a crazy run and win the whole thing, that'd be insane. Obviously, I want to win with Master and Skies for the last couple, official matches I get to play with them. We got like literally 2 more months left, so yeah, we just want to make the most of it, and yeah, it's definitely on my minds.
All right. And then last one from me, at least, is we're talking about playoffs. And originally, we did our math terribly wrong. And we thought that you guys would have to play Maryville in the first round. It's actually not true. You guys play, depending on the West Virginia-Ohio State game. If West Virginia win that game, you play them in the first round.
Yeah.
If they lose, then you play Stony Brook in the first round. So
Okay, then we're going to see West Virginia. Okay, that's that. Okay, wait, that's messed up. I shouldn't have said that. Doesn't matter who we play. I'm confident in my team no matter what. We'll put in the prep or we'll play some TFT before the game, and then we'll be locked in for sure.
All right. Okay. Well, best of luck to the boards, man.
All right, well, with that in mind, we got to ask the final question, which is, with how you guys have made it, and obviously you made it here into the playoffs, as you said, you're feeling very confident moving forward. Any final shout-outs, any final thoughts that you would like to give here to those that have made your pathway enjoyable, or those that have also maybe encouraged you along the way?
Obviously, shout out to BSU Esports, Doc, and Coach K supporting us and giving us the tools we need to succeed. And shout out Coach Nam so far for the coaching as well behind the scenes. He's doing a great job. Obviously, team, really proud of them. We played way better than I thought we could this split. So we are honestly the team that people shouldn't really just disrespect, in my opinion. And obviously, shout out to anyone watching at home. Love you guys, friends, family. Thank you guys for supporting. Yeah.
All right, Daimyo, congratulations on the victory here today. Congratulations on the lead, and we look forward to what you can pull off in the playoffs. Once again, thank you very much for the interview.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Of course. With that being said, it was a very interesting time. BSU came out with some fire that we were not expecting. And Angel, I got to ask you, how far do you think BSU will make it on this? Or do you think that they are going to give us a good run on all the matches that they played so far? Because, I mean, if that's the BSU that we're going to see throughout, I feel like they could definitely punch upwards.
I think you're 100% right, especially considering that their game will be either against West Virginia or Stony Brook. That is a crazy first round match, considering I think Boise State and West Virginia have gone overtime twice in a series. We saw the game last week between Boise State and Stony Brook where they were it was like 18-16 on one map and then like 16-14 on another. It was insane. So absolutely, we were going to see some great stuff from them in the playoffs. And the fact that they were able to make this statement win against Utah is, I mean, just absolutely wonderful for them.
Yeah, I hope to see a lot more of them. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to the University of Utah as their season now ends here, but they put up one heck of a fight throughout this series, and I appreciate it. We saw a lot of glorious moments, a lot of those moments where they said, hey, screw it, we're going to challenge you to your own gun duel, and I appreciate that towards the very end. However, that is a pretty much nice lock on all the teams that will be playing here in the playoff side. As you said, though, Angel, there will be a few more seeding matches. There's one more series to be played, which I do believe is going to be the OSU going up against WVU, as you mentioned in the interview. That'll be played at a different time. Make sure to stay up on the socials of the Division I Valorant side to see when that match will be. Make sure to tune in for that one to see who comes out as a victor and if OSU is able to make a little bit of an upset, cause a little bit of chaos towards the ends of this regular split. Not only that, we do have more matches on the horizon for the playoffs that'll be resounding throughout the next 3 weekends across both League of Legends and Valorant. Make sure to stay tuned to all the socials to figure out which matches are being played at what time and where they will be. That's the end of the regular split for us here. My name is Orbital. With me has been Ancient Angel. We had the ever so amazing Chippy as well as Abix on the production side. And before we go ahead and close on out, if you still want to see more Div 1 action, there's currently League of Legends being played out between BSU and Utah on the League of Legends channel for Div 1. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you all next time.